we is streaming now. Let's see if we can find out if we're linking to Studio. And how do we do that? We go to Studio, and here we are. It says excellent connection, and we've got image. So at that point, what we do next is we go to YouTube channel, and then we see if we're live streaming, and we are. Wow, that's disconcerting. And okay, so we get echo. That's good. And everybody hit that upvote immediately. Whatever you do, do not leave without hitting that upvote. And you have no idea how important that is. That is for the aggregate, the great aggregator, which leads to distribution of content. And it cannot be distributed without the upvotes. In other words, the number of upvotes propel its being distributed at all. Okay, we have received notification from YouTube that we are live, and we're getting feedback from T-Tank Barry. God bless him. And with that, we're going to call our dear friend Aristides by going to infinite call and calling everyone simultaneously. Okay, here we drop that. Press the button. And we're on our way. And, okay, we had a lot of links left by Heather Holman. I'm just seeing that now. And Aristides is answered, correct?
Yes.
Excellent. You're sounding good. Okay. How do you feel about delivering that blurb?
I feel pretty good, and I can do that after I hit the thumbs up,
Excellent.
like, which everyone should be doing right now.
Bless you.
We'll talk more about that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And so that being said, we'll leave you to talk about that. And
Okay.
yeah, and that's wonderful. Of course, I guess if I think of anything else along the way, I'll help you along. I'll be here with you throughout the effort.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for your support there.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. First and foremost, jam that like, that thumbs up. Very important to keep the algorithm on the up and up for Douglas, because there are those, they are not shown by YouTube, but there are those bots who have been assigned to hit the dislike or thumbs down, and that affects the algorithm and therefore Douglas's reach and likelihood to appear high up in search results and suggested content, whether people are searching for him or just for historical topics, etc. And that matters because Douglas needs an audience, and needs an audience who will contribute with financial, monetary contributions, because this is his job that he does for us. I don't think he really does it for him.
Well, it's therapeutic in a sense, admittedly, but
sure, right.
It's as much a source of
mostly, right. I mean, if somebody handed you $1 million, you could very easily just fuck off, and
Oh God, yes. Right. Oh God, yes.
Right.
Please
yeah.
do
So this isn't a charity effort. This is his job, and he needs your support. But the first thing you can do is hit that like, because it affects the algorithm. So many things driven by algorithm these days. To do YouTube functions, you do need to be signed in to YouTube. Might sound like a big deal if you never did it before, but if you have a Gmail, that gets you in for free. You don't have to make a new account. So most everybody has some type of Gmail. If not, why not make one? You don't have to use your real name or anything. So that'll do it. I'm sure you can sign up with make an account with other emails. It'll probably give you a couple options. So once you've done that, you can engage YouTube functions. Unfortunately, not the comments that are still turned off below the program, even though they would normally only be enabled after the live. They're turned off. So it's as these various avenues for Douglas to reach people and provide his contact and payment information start disappearing. It's more important than ever to support in the ways that you can. such as, of course, beginning with a like and sharing. There's a share button there, which is probably preferable to just grabbing the link out of the browser bar, because YouTube will know that you clicked that, and it generates a link that you can share that's good for both the live right now and afterwards when it becomes a replay. Same thing. There's a save button there. You can save it to favorites. That probably helps the algorithm. If you see a thing that says clip, you can clip a 1 minute little sample out of the program, even the live, which is neat, or the replay. And then also during the replay, at least if you're on a PC and you're listening through and you hit a point that's really interesting, you want to send it to a friend, you can right click on the screen and it'll give you an option to generate a link right to that current timestamp. All it does is just adds a little tag onto the link. It's like the and sign and t equals something seconds, and that just brings it right to the time. In fact, you can actually adjust that, and it'll just adjust the seconds that it goes to if you wanted to tune that a little bit. So these are all ways you can help out, to share, tell people, send the link, post it anonymously in large chats, make a QR code, print it out, put it places, anything you can think of. When someone brings up, these days, so many interesting topics coming up, and say, well, what'll help you understand that? Listening to Douglas Dietrich. And we're like, who the hell is that? well, buddy, and we got something for you. But in all seriousness, that it could help people in these trying times, and then they'll get more than they bargained for in terms of information and entertainment. So it's your one-stop shop here for a couple things. It's not a full service, but the most important things are here. So yeah, please do those things. No comments. You can comment though. Oh, also, if you see a subscribe button, definitely press it and subscribe. If you don't see one, it could be because you were already subscribed, especially if you remember doing that in the past. But who knows? You may become unsubscribed. That is known to happen to people.
All too often. Forewarn them of that. They've got to keep checking back to make certain they're subscribed.
Yeah, and you could check that at the main his main channel page. Don't just click like his name there below the window is the channel link. Don't click out of the program right now. On a PC, you could right click and open new tab, or just go there later. But you can go there, and that'll show you subscription status. Make sure you're subscribed. Turn on the notification bell to boot. That'll put a little pop-up to your device when the program starts. In fact, click on that. There's an option for all. That means every time. For a long time, I had it on personalized, but then I think it kind of goes by. It figures out on its own, YouTube, what it would still notify me every time, probably because I'm at the page so much. But don't let them decide. You just click all and notify all, and then it puts these couple little emphasis lines around the bell, and then you be sure to be. It's very convenient. I even click on the pop-up there, so I don't have to go into my favorites and type anything, and boom, you're there. So do check that at the main channel. And what else? To comment, and while you're there at the main channel, if you want to leave a comment, you can do so on, or really anywhere it lets you, but on the lives, if you go to, you have different tabs there: home, videos, live. I don't think you do playlists. Going back a few, the green hair one, and before that.
Yes,
is you can comment.
Yeah. Let's give some dates there. I'll dig that up. So everyone, pardon me.
It's the before the 8th, so the 4th. Green hair's the 4th, right?
Oh, February, I believe. Yes. While I'm trying to recover my voice, because I was doing a lot of lecturing to the lads at the estates. So you bear with me while my voice recovers, if it ever does tonight. The thing that we want to point out is that 2 weeks ago was the last episode on which YouTube allowed commentary. And we call that the Green Hair Day episode because the photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream is myself wearing a green wig. Now, it's on that particular episode, which is dated Wednesday, the 4th of February, Wednesday, the 4th of February, that you are invited to, of course, upvote and leave a comment. And any episode before that, any episode preceding that, feel free to leave a comment. It should allow you to enter a comment, but it's so important that you do so. It may seem irrelevant, but it really changes the aggregate to help distribution of the channel, which is profoundly important. Equally important, and we need to stop emphasizing this, or start emphasizing this. I may take a while to get my voice back. And I want people to know that the episode in which I lost the ability to enter commentary along with everybody else was the episode thereafter. So the episode thereafter is the Olympiad episode, and that is dated February 8th. So that's a Sunday, February 8th episode. So on the Sunday, February 8th episode, make certain you upvote that and that you listen to it, because that's what shut the channel down. And it's effectively eliminated all distribution of the channel. The only distribution we have is you. So you have to spread the word that the channel exists. So I really went off on the genocide in the Gaza on that episode. And that's the episode that really got me shut down. Also, that's the episode, the Olympiad episode in which my distichiasis is quite visible. In other words, a double row of eyelashes, which is one reason why I always have issues with having to go wash my eyes out, because I get these wankers in my eye from eyelashes falling into my eyes. I shed a lot of eyelashes because I have a double row of them, and supposed to be a blessing. It's a genetic, a unique genetic trait that Elizabeth Taylor had, for instance. But really, it's a pain in the ass. Okay, so all of that being said, back to dear Aristides. Yes, take it from there.
All right. Let's see. What else we have left to remind people of before we demand their money. Yes. Okay. Well, let's see. We have three footnotes here. Title bar is always never enough to describe what's being talked about currently. So if you see little asterisk 1 or 2 or 3, that refers to a footnote in the description below. If you click, see more, etc., which you always should, footnotes or not. That just means it's a little more itemized. And then there, Douglas, it's right. I can't believe you type all this. I mean, you must take some look at the dedication there. Wow. You should. It's very fascinating to read, no doubt, and you should check that out to learn the topics Douglas would like to convey, and then just learn cool stuff about the world. So please look at that. I'm just scanning here. As to what your is it still the Lunar New Year, or is that like come to an end? You there? Hello? Hello? You there? Okay. I don't really know what's going on. I don't know if Douglas can hear me. Let me turn the sound on. It's still going.
Oh shit! There we are. Yes, it's
Oh,
still the
oh,
Lunar New Year.
oh, okay.
Sorry, I went mute there for a
Oh, you
second.
were on mute. Oh, okay, it was only you. It was only I was like, holy shit, we're cut off.
Yeah. Sorry about that. It was yeah. So it's still very much the Lunar New Year, and I'm going to the yeah. I've
Okay.
explained. How would I say it? I sent out little like notes trying to
I saw.
explain to
Yeah.
people, and I even forgot to include Friday in the last missive I sent out, telling people about what it would be, different days, what they represent in the Lunar New Year towards the weekend. I forgot to include Friday in it. No one noticed.
Yeah.
I think there was subconsciously some pain involved. It was my mother's favorite part of the holiday was what fell on Friday this year, and it was when the kitchen god returns to heaven to report on everybody, every family, and so I think subconsciously I just rejected entering, a summary of that because it's so painful to me in my own, memories, to think back on that.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Plenty
but
else to talk about.
yes, yes. And so, all that being said, yeah. So, in terms of the Asian Lunar New Year, like I said, later I can, or I can do it right now. Just kind of go into. Might as well do it right now because then I'll go
Okay,
longer.
but
Yeah.
before you can't do that yet because we have to put the PayPal link
Yes.
into the chat, and it's probably maybe definitely the most crucial thing to do or way to support. Last but not least, so to speak, Douglas needs your support, so PayPal's the easiest way. If that will absolutely not work for you, I'm sure you can reach out there in the chat and discuss alternate payment arrangements, but by far that is the most convenient. So put that in there. I'll try to put that in there some other times during the program. If not, I've been putting his email in there. You can email him with any questions of that nature or at all, as long as they're legitimate questions.
I mean, they don't have to be legitimate. I mean, I always have a choice not to respond.
I know, but I'm sure you've gotten enough bullshit, in your inbox to last you the rest of your life. So,
True
no
enough.
doubt. So yeah. Anyway, that you can reach out and for whatever
Yes.
reason of support or questions or needing to know or wanting to help. It's very important that you do so if at all possible. PayPal and ideally a recurring payment on PayPal would be ideal, as some people do that. So yeah,
Yes,
please consider
most
that.
notably Brooke Hagberg in Canada. I do want everyone to follow her example. It doesn't have to
Yeah.
be at her amount, which she contributes 100 United States dollars a month. Goddess bless her and keep her in good health. And that does remind me of something I do have to say about
Right.
Canada. So remind me to get back to Canada soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say though, if you actually you don't need a PayPal because we've realized that you can still pay on PayPal with just credit card without having a PayPal. If you go to the website douglasdietrich.com and you look at just do not look at the donate button right in the middle. That is a cruel trick that someone left there.
Yes.
When they were managing the website for them. But the one in the upper right, the yellow one that says donate, if you click there, you can donate also. It says PayPal, Venmo, which we came up last time. Thanks or no thanks to a guy in the chat. Can I donate with Venmo? And you can go in Venmo. In your Venmo, I think it was called Visa Plus or something, and then you can and aim it at a PayPal, or you could just go to douglasdietrich.com and that yellow button up in the upper right corner, PayPal, and this says Venmo, and this is donate with debit or credit card. You can probably just click right there. You don't have to be signed into PayPal or have a PayPal. If you do, I think we would advise to not click on this PayPal because that's the commercial account. They take a little bit of tax out. Go to the Douglas D. Diedrich one that's in the chat, or just remember to go to PayPal and search for Douglas D. Diedrich. So.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes. By the way, were you able to hear the siren? The siren coming through
I
the.
don't think so.
Oh, okay. Somehow Brendan could hear the siren, and
Or
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I was so just focused on what I was saying, but
True enough. That could be the case as well. But it's just it's interesting how the technology works, because that there is a siren that stopped right outside of my home. I have no idea what's going on.
uh,
I'm not gonna go out to look. That's but something's going on in the neighborhood. Probably somebody needs medical care, I presume, and some local resident called an ambulance. But Brendan entered a joke about them scraping up my latest victim. I wouldn't strike so close to home, I assure you. And so yeah, if anyone hears that, let us know in the chat, just for the sake of fun. I mean, all thoughts and prayers to whoever might need help, of course. But yeah, I'm so sorry. I get so callous to so much suffering in the world. Having grown up with it all around me, yeah, you just got to keep that in mind when you hear myself
yeah,
and my response to things like that. So
sure.
back to dear Aristides.
Sure. That is about it for the blurb. Oh, also, being that you are or have or will dutifully log into YouTube or figure out how to do so if you've never done so, to do some of these things we've discussed, up in the again upper right hand corner. This time it's not a yellow button. I don't know what it is on the phone. It might still be on the right. Anyway, your little account menu. If you go in there, a couple things to note. That there'll be a thing that says switch account, and what that can do is you can switch between various logins. You can log into YouTube with, I guess, any Gmail that you have. You have more than one, or even if you only have one login, you can create channels with that under that login. Because just having a login doesn't mean you have a publication channel, but you can create one. You don't even have to put anything in it. The cool thing is both accounts and channels under a account can all upvote separately, and then you can upvote more than once, and I've done that, and you can do that too and support the Togolstitrik democracy here.
Yes.
By imagine if you just go to the ballot box and just put in more than one, or just keep pulling the handle. Well, you can do that here.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't take much once you set it up. That's a little bit of setup, but then click, and then there you go. You can do that, and also check that the item that says restricted mode is off, because that blocks age restricted content, and it can become that way both by the person, uploader requesting such, or YouTube determining that on its own by its own methods, maybe just an automatic scan of certain keywords or whatnot. But make sure that is off, because we assume that you are ready for adult content if you are here. So
yes, there we are. Thank you. Beautiful. That, as always, just an excellent job. And honestly, we couldn't do it without Aristides. So just to kind of emphasize the Aristides via the visual aid, going to do a screen share here, and remind me again to get back to Canada. So here we are, the screen share here. You can see the calendar and just what a month it's been. And we're in the last week of this month, but yes, today is, just so people understand, it is the Day of the Horse, meaning that it's day 6 of Asian Lunar New Year, which is to reflect the 6th day of creation. So the days of the Lunar New Year, they end up being around 14 days baseline, meaning the basic core of the New Year is actually a 14 night, or 14 nights. So it's the 6th day into creation was when the goddess created the horse. And by the way, today is also the day of the toilet god. It's believed that the toilet god comes into everyone's bathroom and inspects for sanitary conditions. So every household will generally use this day to clean. in the Asian culture. At any rate, when it comes to the other, we're going to enter around midnight. If we last till midnight tonight, which is no guarantee, then we'll be entering day 7 of Asian Lunar New Year, and that will be RÉNRǐ, or the Day of the Human. On the 7th day of Genesis, humans were created by the Divine Empress in Chinese cosmology. So day 7 is, People Day. Matter of fact, I used the character because there was no room to do otherwise, other than to use the Chinese character for person, which is 2 legs walking. In case anybody wants to know why this little wishbone image, like an inverted wishbone, what the hell that is. You see that a lot in Asian language, and it means man. Or human. It means human because humans have 2 legs and they walk. So it's supposed to, just imagine this little pair of chopsticks walking in, and it means man. And this is the universal word in Chinese and Japanese for sun. And so it's meaning day, so man day. And the Day of the Man, and it's also, other little, we could go on and on about little things that are done on a day like this, but it's all in the text box, and everybody just open up the text and they can review it at their leisure. What's interesting is on the Day of the Human this year, it falls on Emperor Naruhito's birthday. So this is the current emperor of Japan, who is now 66 years of age. And he was, of course, born Crown Prince Hiromiya Tokuhito, and or just Prince Tokuhito. And then, of course, when he ascended to the throne, he took on his divine name, Naruhito. And Naruhito he will be until the day he dies, at which point he gets a posthumous name. But when it comes to his birthday, he happened to be born, albeit many years after. He was born on the commemorative day for the flag raising on IWO JIMA. So that, of course, is Mount Suribachi on IWO JIMA Island. Iwo Jima, just so people know, is really an Anglo-corruption. The Japanese name for the island is İŌTŌ. And if Americans think they won World War II, well, ask yourselves why it's still an integral part of Japan. It's not like Americans are on the island. It's occupied by the Japanese. So there you go by that. So all of that being said, you're now kind of caught up, but suffice to say, it just goes on. We're gonna basically have different holidays all the way through, different days that are part of the Asian Lunar New Year holiday, going through this month into the next. And what's interesting about the calendar this time is that it literally ends at the bottom of the corner there on the 28th. Really ends on the space the calendar has, which means that the next month starts exactly on the 1st, rather than having a bleed off like you usually have on the calendars. But such being said, we get a lot of bleed off in terms of the holiday. So we get the Asian Lunar New Year Lantern Festival is going to be continuing into March. And then we have a lot of, bleed off there into the Taiwanese Lantern Festival, which it goes on for another few weeks. And this is because to the Taiwanese, this is a profound tourist event. And so they really go all out with it, and they just drag it out for 2 weeks because it's spectacular. This is where they light up all of those red lanterns and let them loose into the sky. In Japan, it will be the Fire Festival. So everyone is recommended, if they can, to visit Japan and visit Nara. And Nara is the big fire festival for winter and blessings throughout the new year. So as a matter of fact, what's so weird about it is that Chinatown, San Francisco, which is the world's biggest Chinatown, is San Francisco's, of course. And our parade for the Asian Lunar New Year is not going to be until Saturday, the 7th of March. So that's going to be the free San Francisco Chinese New Year parade. Everybody is recommended to come to San Francisco and participate. As well, we're going to have the free, at least free to browse, San Francisco Chinese New Year Community Street Fair during the weekend of the 7th and the 8th. So if you want to experience the Chinese New Year, come to San Francisco on the first weekend. Not Sunday, March 1st, but the first full weekend in March, the 7th and the 8th. Just a lot going on, and almost too much to describe. I mean, basically, the San Francisco street fair in Chinatown, you've got 120 booths, well, over 120 vendor booths and food stands. And they take up all of Chinatown, all Grant Avenue between California and Broadway, Chinese folk dancing, opera and drumming performances. And all that's free, but of course you have to pay for what's in the booths. But believe me, you'll be hungry. You can buy food and everything at the. So there you go, kind of caught up. And then if you want to hang out for the parade, I'm hoping this will be the one year we're not rained out. Normally it always rains on the Chinese New Year parade, but hopefully that's not the case this year. And matter of fact, we can check. Well, I mean, we'll find out before then. I'll let everybody know. Okay. For the moment, I'm gonna still try and regain my voice back. So dear Aristides, that being said, what do you know about Mexico and what's going on down in Mexico?
Not a whole lot, other than it seems to be a shit show all of a sudden, and basically cartel war. I guess with the authorities. I don't really know what kicked it off, but cartels are, at least one of them, or multiple, are raging down there and threatening to kill people and killing people and being killed by police. And if possible, if Americans are in those areas, they could be in danger. And that's about all I know. I don't know what really.
I think you know all that people really need to know.
Yeah, right.
So,
yeah.
Stay the hell out of Mexico right now. That's
and if you're there, stay inside. Yeah.
Yeah. As for Canada, this is what I want to remind people of. Of course, I touch upon Canadian subjects. I'll be touching on them tonight. I am, of course, trying to maintain what information inflow I can get on what happened in Tumbler Ridge, where the mass shooting took place. And this is part of the challenge that I'm dealing with when addressing this. Now, for those of you who do not know, the mass shooter in this case was a transgendered individual. Now, of course, this has been going on more and more lately, where we've been getting the so-called transgendered shooters. Now, they never put that into context with, say, for instance, the transgendered security guard who died rescuing people in a shopping mall in Idaho a number of years ago, when he was faced with your average kind of mass shooter, which is, of course, almost 100% of the time an angry white male who's quote-unquote straight or heterosexual. So always bear that in mind. Instead, when one of these shootings takes place with somebody who's going through gender identity issues, they really propagandize it on the right-wing media. And, of course, they take advantage of it for propaganda purposes. And their intention is ultimately, there's really no other word for it, genocidal. They really do want all transgendered people to cease to exist. This is, in a very real sense, a genocidal aspiration. The reason for this is, this is the risk that I take when I go into these topics, and this is the reason I won't go into it right now, is because the first thing that it does is it really kills the ratings. Most people do not want to hear about trans issues because they simply cannot relate. It's not something they can relate to. So whenever you bring these topics up and you try to address them, then people really get iffy. Oh, by the way, the name of that 26-year-old transgender Army veteran and security guard who died protecting people in that Boise Town Square Mall massacre in Boise, Idaho, was Joe Acker. J-O as in Jolene. Used to be Joe as in J-O-E. That was on October 26th of 2021. And so here we had a 26-year-old transgender woman who was killed, saving any number of people, and left behind a 3-year-old daughter, no less. But this individual is not brought up as a counterpoint whenever they try and claim, oh, there's this wave of transgender violence that's involved with all these mass shootings. Now, again, the horror of the situation is they're going to tell you that there's a binary. I'm not going to go into this right now simply because it takes hours and nobody wants to hear this. Statistically, the ratings get killed and everybody just goes away until I go on to another topic. So we're not going to go into this right now. But I do want people to understand there are not 2 fucking genders. There are physically 5 genders. This is scientifically a fact. And an enormous percentage of people are born with both male and female genitalia. They are born this way. And when they're born, what happens is they don't have any choice. They're not offered any choice in how they're going to live their lives. They are simply put in front of their parents as an infant in the hands of the doctor, who throws this baby in front of the parents and says, your child's a freak. You want a boy or you want a girl? And the parents just choose a boy or a girl. You have no idea how damaging this is. Forget psychology, forget morality. The problem is that this person has a combination of genes that the parents almost always make the wrong choice. So they say, oh, I want a boy. They wind up fucking it up so bad because the doctor is just going to snip it and make it look like it's a boy infant, but that baby's going to grow up with all kinds of female hormones, and he's going to grow up with a pair of tits. The doctor will immediately not care. He's just getting money. He doesn't give a shit. He will never see you again. There's nothing you can do to him. So what the parents need to do in a situation like that is go into counseling, because what this always resulted in was circus people. Back in the day, the doctor would say, you want a boy or a girl? And the parents say, oh, a girl. Then they'd snip the penis off and they'd wind up with a bearded lady. The kid would grow up to be a beard. This is how we got bearded ladies in the circus. People just don't understand. The parents need to go into counseling, and they need to basically raise this child the way they're born until the child is of legal age, 18 years of age, and they can make the decision as to how to surgically alter themselves. This should not be a decision of the parents at all. It should be completely illegal. I think parents are allowed to do this. But you have no idea how many people are born this way. They never speak of it, but it's enough people in the United States alone where if you were to put them all together, they would form their own microstatelet. I mean, a very large microstatelet. You could put together all of the population, the total population of all the microstatelets in Europe. Andorra, San Marino, Vatican City State, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, all the combined populations of all those microstatelets together could not equal the amount of transgendered kids that are born in the United States alone. Alone! That's how many kids are born this way. So when they bring up this, oh, this person's a trans, they make it sound like it's a mental dysfunction when these people are born like this. And they're dealing with it all their lives. usually with fucked up surgery that they had as children that left them all discombobulated. And just because they outwardly appear to be a woman doesn't mean they are hormonally, and they wind up attracted to women. This produces a lot of lesbians. And the same with a lot of same-sex orientations otherwise. It would take hours and hours to explain this, and it was exacerbated by the one time that I'm talking to this one idiot bitch named Penny Bradley, who happened to have 2 transgendered kids, or at least 1. And she's dealing with something that was totally different from what I was talking about in terms of basically a condition which was literally lethal. In other words, there are gendered conditions where a child is born where they have a cytoplasmic problem. And if something is not done, they will die. So her child was born that way. And so when I was trying to explain to her about the fact that that's not the case with the overwhelming majority, she couldn't hear a word I said, because she's the expert, because she squeezed out one of these puppies and therefore knows everything. That really was, you can't even deal with people like that. So, okay, if you want to know the numbers, it's 1 in every 2,000. 1 in every 2,000 newborns is born in an intersexual state. And their existence has never been discussed publicly. No one on any talk shows, no one anywhere talks about this. And yet, we are now faced with a government which claims that there are only 2 sexes, that there's a binary. The reason there are 5 is because some are born with an equal amount of male and female genitalia, true hermaphrodites. Some are born with more female characteristics than male, and some are born with more male characteristics than female. If you were to allow these people to be raised to legal age, you would find out the overwhelming majority of them are happy just the way they are and don't want anything done to them. They don't want to be either quote-unquote male or female. So understand, again, there's so many of them in the United States. You could put all the populations of the microstatelets of Europe together and you still wouldn't equal the number of these kinds of people in the United States alone. And because you've got a government that actively says they don't exist, that actively says, oh no, there's only a binary, and that this is a condition of the mind, when every doctor knows it's not. And first thing they do when the baby comes out of the womb is throw it in front of the parents and say, you want a boy or a girl? This is a situation of genocide. You are taking a physical minority and snipping them out of existence in such a manner as to destroy them. And you wonder why some of them go postal. Though in this case, I would dare say they're MKUltra victims in order to promote more hatred against them. This is the horror of our world. And again, it would take an 18-hour college course just to do it justice. But for all of you out there, understand that I'm aware of what happened in Canada. I'm aware it was a transgender shooting. I want to let people know there's all kinds of other factors that we need to go into to contextualize it. Honestly, with all of the violence that's done against trans people who suffer, there's far more violence against trans people because people just assume they want to be like that. They just say, oh, look at that dude. Looks like a bitch. Must want to look like that. It is not the case. The overwhelming majority are born that way. So it's called an intersexed condition. They don't prefer hermaphroditic because it's a medical diagnosis. So there you go with that. We don't want to dwell on that right now. And it's just a case that in order to take something like that and put it into context, most people just can't stand it. They just can't bear with it. They turn off and go someplace else because they can't relate. But yeah, as to what Penny Bradley's child suffered from, it was called congenital adrenal hyperplasia. So understand that is a chromosomal or sexual hormonal abnormality that produces an infant in an intersexual state. And it is a disease that blocks that baby's metabolism, so something has to be done or they will die. That is, it's much more rare. But the doctors don't know that. I mean, literally don't know that. They just literally, like, assume all the babies are born, you can fix them surgically. It takes a specialist to diagnose congenital adrenal hyperplasia, at which point you deal with it at a much more nuanced level. It's not through surgery. It has to be done chemically. So it's a situation where if it's so blatant and manifest that you could deal with it surgically, well, you can't deal with any of it surgically. Because when they deal with it surgically, it doesn't alter the hormones. And it doesn't alter how the person is going to grow up and whom they're going to be attracted to, because that's deep down inside at the chromosomal level. So there you go with that. Hopefully that puts some things in perspective. We don't want to overdwell on that, because then people get really bummed out and shit. for some reason they just can't stand that topic. But yes, of necessity, at some point when it's a slow news day and there's nothing going on, I will return to that topic, simply because it's one that's unavoidable and I don't want it to seem like I'm avoiding the topic. Rather, the problem is everyone else wants to avoid it. By the way, Amor Fadi in chat says, yes, I would very much appreciate a deep analysis of the current situation in Mexico today. Basically, the Mexicano military killed the head of one of the largest and most dangerous cartels in Mexico. A deep analysis of Mexico's current situation on Wednesday, if not today, it would be much appreciated. Hugs and best wishes, Douglas and Team Dietrich. Thank you so much, Amor Fadi, who lives in Mexico. And yes, I did try to call Brendan earlier, so Brendan is asking a question about that. So let me see if I can respond to him on that note. And so here we are. Did you call? So I'll just put yes, Brendan. There we are. And of course, they get no notifications. Our service is effectively neutered. We have my Medi-Cal phone here, Medig phone, because I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal, and I get this phone. I'm going to have to ask for a new one. The unit's essentially cocked out. So Amor Fadi, it's like, I'm just gonna say welcome aboard, Amor Fadi. Let's start with that, because honestly, when it comes to a deep analysis of Mexico's situation, that's like, oh my fucking god, why don't you ask me an easy question? I take no offense, but it's like, oh my fucking god, really? That's like, it's like, dude, you've got cartels, you've got, corruption, you've got a situation that's exacerbated by, it's like, oh my god, it's like so convoluted down there. That would be like, you would be better at providing an analysis. You live there than I would. So I'll just give him a big wink. I don't know how else to respond to that. It's kind of like, I appreciate the fact that he has so much faith in me. Normally geopolitical analyses, almost anywhere I'd be game. Almost anywhere. But Mexico's tough. Mexico's tough. That's damn. It's like that's a hard case. It's, basics is this. In the old days, one of the things we would point out is that the Greater Soviet Union never had a military. The Greater Soviet Union was a military. It was a military with a state. Not a state with a military, but a military with a state. And except for the fucking military, there was no economy. its military was the economy. In other words, the Greater Soviet Union never had a military-industrial complex. It simply was a military-industrial complex. But this is the fucking problem. That's not a combat-ready army. You can have a military-industrial complex that just is the totality of your economy. That's not a warfighting machine. That's a hideous, grotesque caricature of a welfare state, of defense contracts, state-owned enterprises, and absolutely nothing of value to anyone else, including its own citizens. Mexico, the way you would explain it, would be, for the longest time at least. Now, bear in mind, Mexico's a bit more complex than the Greater Soviet Union. There was a time when I could literally say that Mexico, just like the Greater Soviet Union, didn't have a military-industrial complex. It was one. There was a time I could say that Mexico's economy did not have an underground economy in narcotics. Its entire economy was narcotics. There was a time I could say that. That's no longer the case. Mexico's economy has actually been growing, maturing, producing technological innovations. Mexico is a developing, truly, not just paying lip service, it's truly a developing economy. But you have a large part of its economy is indeed narcotics, the cartels. Okay, so our friend Aristides has provided this. Aristides, do us a favor and read this. Okay? I'm sure you might want me to do the Espanol. So, Nemesio Rubin Osguera Cervantes, commonly known as El Mencho, was reported killed in a Mexicano military operation on Sunday, February 22nd, 2026. He was the founder and leader of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, which is considered one of Mexico's most powerful and ruthless criminal organizations. Location, the operation occurred in the town of Tapalpa, in the western state of Jalisco. Yosehuera was seriously injured in a shootout with Mexicano security forces and died while being transported to Mexico City. The death triggered significant violent retaliation from the cartel, including roadblocks and burning vehicles across Jalisco and other states. It's like, okay. Significance. This is considered the most major takedown of a Mexicano drug capo since the capture of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. All right. The operation was supported by U.S. intelligence, part of a crackdown on drug trafficking, specifically targeting the CGNG's role in the fentanyl trade. Okay. That puts it in some context. There we go. The current intense phase of conflict in Mexico stems from a September 2024 schism within the Sinaloa cartel, triggered by the arrest of co-founder Ishmael El Mayo Zambada by U.S. authorities, which caused violent fighting between his faction and the Chapitos. This follows decades of instability initiated by the 2006 federal war on drugs. 2006, 20 fucking years ago. Key drivers of the current conflict include internal cartel warfare. Following the July 2024 apprehension of Zambada by members of the Chapitos faction, a brutal war broke out between the MZ faction and the Chapitos, or Sons of El Chapo, drawing in other criminal groups. Long-term fragmentation The broader Mexican drug war began in 2006 under Presidente Felipe Calderón, who deployed the military to combat trafficking, leading to the splintering of major cartels into smaller, more aggressive, and chaotic factions. Leadership vacuum, the arrests, killings, and extradition of top leaders like Joaquín El Chapo Guzmán, convicted in 2019, have consistently caused power vacuums and violent turf battles. Current situation is marked by a multi-frontal war, primarily centered in northwestern Mexico. Thank you, Aristides. That was, yeah, couldn't have done that without you. It's like, and your thoughts? Any thoughts to add to that?
Sounds legit. I don't know so that was an AI generated summary.
Yes, I figured.
But it's, I mean, in these cases, I think it's fair. What it does is it scans current like news articles, and it just kind of, collates it into one statement. So we presume that, I mean, that sounds very reasonable.
All I can say is that Amor Fati, let us know if that sounded satisfactory. All I can say is, I think the bottom line is, stay the hell out of Mexico right now. That's But if you live there, hey, what can I say? Make the most of it. Mexico is, its future lies with Germany. For those of you who do not know, there's a long history between Germany and Mexico, and Ireland and Mexico. And so Mexico's future really lies with Germany and Ireland. For those of you who do not know, the Germans tried to make a deal, cut a deal with the Mexicans to invade the United States in World War I. This was, of course, the infamous Zimmerman telegram that exposed this attempt of concerted attack on the United States. So this went all the way up through World War II, where there was a unit of Rommel's Africa Corps that was inserted into Mexico to make a drive into the American Southwest, if necessary, to shut down the atomic bomb project. It was to coordinate with a prison breakout by German prisoners of war in area to take down Los Alamos. So this could not have happened without the Mexican help. Even though it didn't have the desired results, the foundations for Mexican and German cooperation are there. The historical precedent, along with the fact that the Irish went to fight with the Mexicans as mercenaries and volunteers against the United States invasion of Mexico. So you had entire Irish brigades that fought on the side of the Mexicans. So Mexico really needs to consider itself more and more transatlanticist in its orientation, more of a part of Europe. Think of itself as Europe's westernmost extension. It was, after all, colonized by the French for a long period of time. And that's what the whole holiday is about. That Cinco de Mayo is all about the expulsion of the French from Mexico. So but this is more of a modern Mexico, of course. And you have this kind of distinction between Aztlán and central Mexico. And the core of Mexico, which of course centers on Mexico City, which is built above Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan was a Venice. It was a city of canals, and a lot of that has been filled in. But this is why it's so vulnerable during earthquakes. A lot of this is topsoil that's placed over what should be waterways. And so during earthquakes, immense damage is caused, and it's something that should be taken into account in terms of future construction and obviously excavation to recover a lot of the old lost Mexico, what Americans think of as Aztecs. Now, understand, of course, that the Aztecs did not call themselves Aztecs. The Aztecs called themselves Mexicans. The very name Mexico is an Aztec word. It's the name for themselves. But historians had to disambiguate between modern Mexico and the empire of the Aztecs. So Aztec was imposed upon the pre-Columbian Mexico, and we use that term to simply disambiguate it. At some point, we'll have to outgrow that. The Aztec language is Nahuatl, which is spoken in prisons all over the United States, because the Mexican cartels or gangsters who wind up in American prisons have to be able to speak in a manner that the guards won't understand. So they preserve the ancient language of the Aztecs in prisons today by speaking Nahuatl to each other, because almost everybody speaks Espanol. So we have incredible anthropological developments like that. But when it comes to the situation of the future of Mexico, I very much need to disambiguate between the north and the center in particular. The center of Mexico, which was the Aztec culture at its height, sourced from the north in the territory of the American Southwest and the Pueblos. And they refer to that as White Earth or Aztlan. And it really is a culture that is affiliated in their own cosmology with Atlantis. So the term is actually used by the Aztecs. And it's which renders, in a very real sense, the Aztec culture one of the descendant cultures of the Atlan Empire, or the Empire of Atlantis. So several things to take into account there. And with all that deep, rich history, of course, it's sad to see something as sordid as narco violence become an identified theme. It's certainly what needs to happen is some kind of intervention. And of course, there's always the potential for a kind of cultural split. The northern Mexico is very different from southern Mexico. Northern Mexico is more Raza. It's more Chicano. Its identity is very different in terms of cultural outlook than you have in central Mexico. But all of that being said, of course, then you get into the south, and that's Mestizo Indians, that's Yucatania, that's a lot of it is to be considered an environmental conservation preserve, or at least hopefully so. It's just altogether it has the potential, like everywhere else, to fragment. But certainly Central Mexico should identify much more with Europe and gear its economy toward that. And as for Northern Mexico, it's more of a transition zone between North America and Pan America. It's very distinctive in terms of its culture. And a lot of it is based on the identification with Aslan. So all of that being said, for the moment, I guess that'll suffice as kind of like an overview. With that, we'll probably just dive into monologue. And with that having been articulated, let's take a look at anything else that may have come in. Doesn't seem to be any new notifications and messages here. I see that Heather has left some earlier, so feel free to jump on anytime you wish, Heather. As for what's going on right now, otherwise, aside from the sad state of affairs in Mexico at the moment, we can only hope that that is resolved. God knows how. It's one of those situations where I welcome Samuel Romero to come in and jump on bandwidth and talk about it. I only wish he would do that. It would help us immensely. And that would, of course, dredge a lot more from out of my own memory. So, Samuel Romero, this is a direct call out. If you can, jump on bandwidth with us. And if I'm in full monologue mode, just interject. Just jump right in. Don't hesitate. As for what's going on across the Atlantic, the Milan Cortina Olympics is closing with, they've closed by now with a ceremony inside Verona's ancient Roman arena. After weeks of competition, the 2026 Milan Cortina Olympics has closed with a ceremony inside the Verona Arena, a Roman amphitheater and a UNESCO, or United Nations World Heritage Site. The theme of this year's ceremony was Beauty in Action, with the Italian ballet dancer Roberto Bolle taking center stage. Italy will hand the Olympic flag to France, which will host the 2030 Winter Games in the French Alps. Now, this side of the Atlantic, the Secret Service has confirmed that law enforcement has shot and killed a man at Mar-a-Lago after J.P. Morgan conceded that it closed Trump's accounts after his January 6th attack against our legal government. Now, the United States Secret Service said its agents and a Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office deputy shot and killed a man who entered the secure perimeter at Mar-a-Lago with what appeared to be a shotgun and a fuel can. To my own knowledge, the suspect's identity has not yet been released. President Donald Trump was not even at Mar-a-Lago during the event. Now, you need to get ready for zombie tariffs, which, of course, Brendan Zogit brought up. That I need to address that tonight. Let everyone know they're never getting their money back. That's why of royals and aliens, millennials think the year of the fire horse alone will save them, because they've lost all hope in everything else, including their own society. Now, even after losing at the Supreme Court, President Trump has plenty of ways to reconstruct his maniacal trade regime. From cracks in the British monarchy to aliens in the disunited states, market risks abound. And, of course, Trump brought out the alien files because he's got to do anything to distract from the Ep files. Today, of course, as I've already articulated, being the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the year of the fire horse, as memes about what is about to be unleashed go viral, I have to ask why so many of my Caucasian acquaintances suddenly believe that Chinese astrology is about to change everything for them. Maybe it's just time to disappear to a desert island with a bottle of your favorite malt instead, but since most of them feel that their future is here, I guess they're going to try and bake the best of it with whatever gives them meaning. Now, I meet a lot of whites on the estates at the various parties that are being held, including Asian Lunar New Year. This Asian Lunar New Year, there were a lot more whites than usual. And I myself was nearing the bottom of one of my favorite malts when an acquaintance was several minutes into telling me about her recent messy breakup before pausing for a moment of reflection and smilingly saying, "Anyway, it doesn't matter because it's all going to be fine soon." Why is that? Because it's the year of the horse. At first I was confused, Now, this acquaintance had never before expressed even the slightest interest in the Chinese zodiac, let alone anything else remotely astrological or spiritual. But here she was, finding solace in the fact that from the 17th day in February forward, we shift from the year of the snake into the year of the horse. And she's not the only one. Since that conversation a few nights ago, I've had several similar chats with other white Euro-American acquaintances who've confided in me about their various woes, family arguments, money troubles, rental nightmares, only to tell me mere seconds later that it would all be okay because of the arrival of the horse. Now, one acquaintance explained that the snake was all about shedding past traumas and leaving toxicity behind, whereas the horse is about entering the year with a clean slate and starting anew. Another is obsessed with the numerology side of it all. The numbers in 2026 add up to 10, which added together bring us back to 1, herself gushing that it's huge for resetting your energy. And a new acquaintance told me she's planning on casting a love spell to win her ex back, which apparently also has something to do with the horse and the moon. Now, the obsession exists far beyond my own acquaintanceship circle. On social media, there are thousands of viral videos about why the year of the horse is so significant. One TikToker in a video with more than 76,000 views proclaiming that, and here I quote as they, it's about taking risk, rebellion, courage. The snake is all about shedding the old layers, renewal, cycle rebirth, and we're going into the horse, which is creating freedom, courage, compassion, and creation. Now, the letting go part seems to be captivating to, well, it's captivating a lot of self-help influencers, with one claiming that in the run-up to the year of the horse, she has seen people leaving behind things that have felt especially uncomfortable, like relationships, jobs, situationships. I felt the urge to let go more before the February begins, and I can really step into my power. Now, in a clip that's been liked more than 39,000 times, another TikToker user, well, TikToker, I guess, as opposed to TikTok user, points out to her followers that this year is especially significant because it falls on the day of a solar eclipse. To quote as she, this is super intense energy, and it's going to mark an important moment in human history. By the way, I'm certain Brendan Sokit would emphasize the most negative aspects of that. This is a very dangerous time astrologically. Holly, why didn't you just interject? I mean, feel free to interject. When you jump on, I need to know you're there. So welcome aboard and hugs. Dear Holly, if you're able to come off mute, and hopefully you're all right.
I was chatting away, not forgetting it. I forgot I was on mute.
Well, I did that earlier as well, so don't feel alone.
Yeah. I was trying to slip in right before the monologue, but I didn't quite make it, and I'm just enjoying this very much.
Oh, good. Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. And to answer, to answer our friend Brendan, he says, Pourquoi? Which I guess he's asking me what I called about. Well, don't ask me now. I mean, I'm on bandwidth. But Sammy Romero has joined us on bandwidth. So, dear Sammy, say hello to Holly and Ari and everyone else.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
And
hey, Sammy.
Your analysis. Yes, by all means.
I mean, I called it, so I'm not to brag or anything, but I called it in the sense that from what I've been hearing, especially people that I know, the U.S. has been in Mexico for about a month already.
Yeah.
They've been staking out this individual. I call them, a pharmaceutical conglomerate, a paramilitary conglomerate.
Yes.
To put it, I like to use that word because I think when people say cartels, well, America has its cartels too. It's just, they don't, they're called pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, they just have better lobbies. But we could call
Right.
what's going on in Mexico the recreational narcotics lobby. But go on.
Well, I have to laugh because what the news always likes to present to the world of Mexico is a country of chaos. And what I want to say is, this guy's he's been tracked for about a month, but about a year ago, not too long ago, his brother actually got captured. And the one thing about the pattern that's going on with that scene in Mexico, the underworld, is they pretty much all give up each other. It's kind of like, my turn to rule. Pretty much, I'm going to turn you in to get the heat off of me,
right?
Sort of thing.
Yeah.
And for the most part, everybody has an understanding, even the local law enforcement, the government, they have a understanding with them as far as their roles. Leave me alone, I'll leave you alone.
Yes.
People have to keep in mind that Mexico's been going through a big boom in technology and education.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
The dental industry in Baja alone is incredible. I've witnessed it myself.
Yes.
I've had work done there. I've even told Doug, like, you should, if things, are not up for you, think about it, because it's incredible, their dental technology. A lot of it is through foreign investment, Asia, especially Japan, Korea.
That's
a
right.
lot of Koreans, a lot of Japanese in Mexico. A lot of Europeans are investing in Mexico. A lot of Europeans own property in Mexico. A huge discernment to the Mexican community, a Mexican or Chicano community in the United States, is a corporation like Univision, which is it's a Spanish channel in Latin America that all he propagandize is novellas and bad press on Mexico. They don't talk about the huge progress this nation has. Does it have its problems? Absolutely. The only thing is, when you disrupt social contracts that the government has with these individuals from the underworld, well, it creates, you're talking about families, you're talking about their versions of the Rockefellers, of people like Procter and Gamble, of Bill Gates, you're talking the Trumps, you're talking the Bush dynasties, etc. That's their versions, okay? So when you disrupt their dynasties, they have resources as well. People don't understand. They were fighting through the night. They were shooting down, Apache helicopters, which were the majority.
Oh, yes. Yes, no worries. Hopefully he'll...
Excuse me. Go
ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, no. Continue with what you were saying about shooting down Apache helicopters. No, this is profound.
They were fighting to the teeth. You have to think about their ability to, these people that are in these positions in the underworld, they have bunkers, they have all this on their, like, Pablo Escobar type of stuff, right?
Yes.
The thing is, they all have to give up. Eventually somebody gives up somebody, and it's almost like, well, and that's pretty much what happened. Is they got the intel on this gentleman from the person that was a relative or a brother, and they were staking him out, and he was warned. Obviously, he paid the price, but they also broke into Mexican prisons and killed his killed his associates in prison.
Jesus.
They went the extra mile to pretty much send a message, but it's almost where the U.S. was heavily involved, is what I'm trying to say. Heavily involved in this, and it's part of it's a way to attack Mexico, but also leave it to where it looks like it's in disarray.
Yes.
Leave it to where it pretty much almost bankrupts it as far as press-wise.
Yes.
To where, it discourages any more investment, because really that's all it is. It's pretty much the U.S. did is the version of ICE, but worse.
Yes.
If you notice, ICE is very similar, but the thing with Mexico is when you involve these dynasties, they start lighting gas stations on fire. They start sending messages to the government that you broken our contract that we have with you. And people start paying the price. You have tourists that can get caught and they get their head blown off just for driving on the wrong freeway.
Yes.
But this is very serious because it's another way of the U.S. influence in countries that are progressing. It's no different than any other country. It's just Mexico. It's a very easy target because things work a certain way. If anybody thinks the world is black and white, that there's reasons why the Hells Angels are still prevalent. There's reasons why the Vagos. Anybody knows what I'm talking about. These are all motorcycle gangs, but these are all ex-military veterans. That they have a huge veteran history. But the reason why those exist is because they are in close contact with the alphabet people in this nation, and there's a relationship there. Is what I'm trying to make the correlation with that of the cartels in Mexico to what someone like an organization like the Hells Angels.
Yes.
Or they know of each other. They're allowed to operate how they operate, and as that typical organization, is here thriving and controlling, just like the Proud Boys, all the white supremacist organizations down. So like, there's any, and I hate to take it this way, but I'm also painting a picture that in the United States, there's a reason why people don't go to the Ozark Mountains. There's a reason why people don't go to Missouri, or South Carolina, or Mississippi. Those areas, people don't go. Why? Because they're heavily controlled. And they have their criminal syndicates. And I'm not trying to say, oh my God, no, but what I'm trying to say is there's structure to things. There's reasons why ICE is not going in those states, really.
Good point. Yes.
So, it's not that I'm scared of Mexico, no, but it also tells me that their progress has been a threat. Obviously, President Sheinbaum will probably give an address to this because it looks bad on her part. But she also knows the game. She knows that this is a non-ending cycle when it comes to that, that particular place in the Americas where these, drug lords give up each other. They have to because, unfortunately, there's no loyalty. It's almost where it's to the point where, these people come from rags to riches, and even when they come with families, they break off and then, they start their own. So it's very similar to the U.S. has its similarities. It's just we're too wrapped up in not having a culture. We're too wrapped up in. We have our own problems. What I'm trying to say, we as a country, but to put it in a way, this is heavily involved with the U.S. The U.S. did this to send a message, and it's going to hurt. Unfortunately, it's going to hurt Mexico deeply because you're talking about billions of dollars in tourism, and tourism was booming. There's people on vacation right now. There's Americans. There's U.S. citizens on vacation right now. Puerto Vallarta, Cancun.
Yes, I mean these are tourist sites. I remember from back in the days when I was growing up and watching television. Right. The Love Boat would regularly stop at Puerto Vallarta.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, but these are heavily tourist, international. These are the hub. These are like the Vegases of Mexico. Okay, these are they have tourism. Europeans are there, international. This is, Guadalajara is one of the biggest tech hubs in the world. So this is not just a bunch of, Mexicans riding donkeys with ponchos on. No, this is what, I think ignorant Americans think, or U.S. citizens think, that is going on there. And I'm not trying to paint an entire picture, but the way the media paints it, oh, there it is, those Mexicans, they can't get their neck straight. No. But it's true, like if you go to TJ and you're going into the city and you're driving, you're going to see panhandlers, but that's not the representation of an actual Mexican citizen. Mexico has gone through an entire, renaissance of education. You can be a dentist in Mexico if you probably a lot faster than you can be a dentist here in the States. Yes. The thing is, you can't transfer your education from Mexico to the States because the States won't allow that. This is just an example of what I'm trying to tell you. Like there are mobile dentists in Mexico. You can literally call your dentist to come to you.
That's incredible.
Stuff like this that Dave, you have people that, that work here that are mobile dentists. I know one personally. He's a mobile dentist. This is very huge in the Hispanic community,
That's incredible.
But it's part of
there's this
education.
Whole secret economy. There's this whole secret economy. But by the way, Amor Fadi, who lives in Mexico, says, hello, wave of the hand, good tidings, Samuel Romero. He says, hugs and best wishes to you and your family. He lives in Mexico. You. Yeah. And yeah.
My prayers to him. I'm sure he's heard the news. But, when I go there, I don't really talk. I don't, I try to not really speak Spanish because, I've learned that, as soon as I open my mouth, I feel the most being American when I'm not in the States. I'm sure you'd probably feel the same way if you went to Japan or Taiwan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're strangers in our own land.
Unfortunately, yeah. But it's one of these things where it's just it adds more to what we're going through as far as in this country, because we have somebody in power that's very impulsive.
Well, you're being really, shall we say, subdued with your words. I appreciate your conservative expression.
This is not my platform. I've been scolded by my wife. This is not my platform. My wife cares about you a lot too. You met her.
Yes, God
she,
bless
as a
her.
person from there, she's even scolded me from, calling you like, he probably has a lady friend over. You should, she thinks it's healthy for you to have companionship. And yes. In other words, your arrangement, how you have it, she understands it. She's all, I understand. My uncle had, my uncle had his arrangement. It's not that big of a deal. And I'm not saying people don't understand it, but in the Mexican culture, it's not that big of a deal.
It's so wonderful. Very practical, very pragmatic.
Right.
Yes, continue with your point. Yes, by all means.
What I'm trying to get to is
get back to the microphone. There you are.
Okay. Our president can easily turn this into his advantage and declare a state of emergency.
Yes.
He knew it was going down. Like he got the intel.
Well, he instigated it.
He instigated it.
So let's put it this way. Samuel Romero basically said before Asian Lunar New Year started, Samuel Romero said that Donnie is going to basically incite conflict in Mexico because of the midterms. And it looked almost like, well, he's trying to start a war in Iran. But then again, he's so insane that he ultimately might wind up generating two conflicts in a multi-front war. But
Right.
with what he's done is, as Sammy Romero said, is Donald Trump has instigated the equivalent of an ICE raid in another country by literally a decapitation strike against a cartel leader, to the point where they went into the prison and killed his brothers, because many of these empires are run from prison. So, matter of fact, I mean, prisons can be considered basically the office suites of these narco
Well,
empires. Yes, go on.
in Mexico, their prisons are different in the
Yeah.
sense that you can literally walk in there and visit your loved one,
Yes.
and there's an understanding that it's your loved one.
Yes.
It's not like, it's not like here, you go into Pelican Bay and, it's a little different,
To say the
but
least, yes.
to say the least. Over there, you can be touched pretty easy. And I'm not saying it's not like here. Here it's more, I would like to say here the prison system is more, I can't say it's not harsh. It's different culturally than over there. Over there, you literally have to pay. Someone has to pay for your room and board. It's not tax based. Like if you literally have nothing, you have nothing.
Wow.
So,
God damn.
here, over here, you just, you got a room and board, but it's a drawback. I'm not saying you don't get there's not commissary here. People don't put stuff on your books, but over there, it's like you really are in prison. I'm sure they have their quirks and their benefits, but what I'm trying to say is the intel they got was pretty much from a relative that they captured.
Right. Which
but,
is easy
it is
enough
what
for
it
all
is.
the reasons.
It's easy.
Yeah, it's easy enough for all the reasons you articulated. But such having been said, this is effectively a war. But it's instigated by Donald Trump. In other words, Donald Trump has opened a front in Mexico. We'll call it his American front. He's opened a front in Mexico right now. Again, as Sammy said, so he can declare a state of emergency before the midterms by claiming that the violence, which is spectacular in Mexico right now and makes for there's no other way to put it. It makes for great TV. It makes for great video scenes in YouTube, and Trump is going to exploit all of that by saying, "Oh, it's bleeding up north. We got to declare a state of emergency." And he's going to say, "I told you so." And we can't afford these midterms now. We got to nationalize these elections. Well, yeah, go on. Yes, take it.
Keep in mind too that the Olympics are coming. In about a year and a half.
Yeah.
The Olympics are going to be here, and they're supposed to be in North America. Well, the ice raids are not helping that. So it's only natural for him to cause chaos in other places. Yeah. He caused chaos in Canada, last year and this year with the tariffs. Now that the tariffs have been shot down, in other words, he is just creating and creating and creating because he's getting cornered.
Yeah. But by the way, just so people know, I'll address the tariffs later, but believe me, they have not been shot down. The judges have shot them down legally, but Trump is going to continue them. But regardless.
Well, I'm not saying he's going to listen.
Yeah.
Of course he's not going to listen.
True.
These are the same judges that allowed him to run. So, they're just, they also don't want to get killed either. So they have to play along as well. My point is, if these midterms happen, he's going to get impeached. There's no doubt about it.
Yes.
There's Republicans that are not running in certain states because they know they're going to lose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And by the way, just so people understand it,
go ahead.
It's like, this is something that always puzzles me. When Clinton was president, I used to hear the radical right screaming about, he's impeachable, he's got to be impeached. And I was like thinking,
course.
he was impeached. It's the same with Trump. He is impeachable. He should be impeached. But let us not forget, he's already been impeached more than once. So just, we got to remember, these presidents these days can go through multiple impeachments, and it don't mean shit. So, but back to
Absolutely.
yeah.
I mean, we're no different, and that's what I'm trying to point. It's we are no different than Mexico. In fact, we're probably worse because we're in denial.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
We don't have the most educated in power. We
Actually,
don't.
you know what? I have to get this out just before it dribbles out of my
Yeah.
ear and I forget it. The horror of this is that Trump will abuse the violence he has incited about to say that President Sheinbaum can't handle it because she's a woman. And he's going to come down with that. You can bet your ass. He's going to come out and say, yeah, I told you President Sheinbaum couldn't handle this. She's nothing but a woman. She can't handle this. And it is so predictable and so, it's just so awful. Go on. Back to
I had to go and, talk to her that, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to straighten things out. I mean, that's my little interpretation of it, but it's almost comical in the
Anybody
sense
on the cabinet would have said that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Maybe except for Noam. But Miller and the rest of them, oh, yeah, I could hear Hegseth.
Of course.
Oh, Hegseth, yeah. He would just say, she needs a good dicking. That's what he would say.
Yeah. Slap her around.
That piece of shit.
That's why I need funding to not have them here. Obviously, only corrupt criminals come from Mexico, apparently. So, Cosa Nostra doesn't exist, and the IRA don't exist. Russian mob don't exist. They wouldn't, my point is, this is strategic, but it's definitely going to be used against people that look like me.
Yes.
It's just the reality. I mean, it's not that I'm surprised. It's just this causes a lot of turmoil in dealing with people that have their versions of the Rockefellers, their versions of, the whatever, people that trafficked. They're just, not called that.
Yes.
As far as the states,
but it's also so important to remember just how different Mexico is from what people remember in the 80s. It's everything Sammy said about the revolution in education is something we need to we can never overemphasize enough. And certainly I'll get a lot of people who will remind me that Mexico is part of the Alianza Pacifica, meaning that it's aligned with Chile and many of the Pacific coastal Latin American countries on continental South America. You have the majority of those that are west of the Andes, that are very Pacific oriented, and it's one of the reasons their economy has been growing so much. But what I'm thinking of is, in terms of the future, the kind of autarkies that Trump is forcing the world to readapt to will probably change Mexico's cultural and economic orientation back towards the Atlantic, is what I'm feeling. But at any rate, yeah, by all means, we used to hear the term a lot, maquiladora, or what is it again? Right. Explain to people what that is, because
maquiladora, it's pretty much, from what I've understood, it's technology based, where manufacturing, technology, all these industries have really boomed in Mexico, and a lot of it is through foreign investment. China, Japan.
Don't forget to tell people that America's military drones are made in Mexico.
Right. So that's another thing. Our car parts are made in Mexico. So it's they're very much well connected here. It's just Mexico gets a very bad press, and it's really because it's better that way. People don't invest in there, and there's a lot of people that vacation there. A lot of people have second homes there, and they're regular Americans. A lot of Americans have properties in Baja, especially that area. So it's a big international country. It's just this type of chaos that's triggered. It's because it's by design. It's almost like a purging. And yes, it's you from what I was told, it was just not this person's family and cartel that was getting killed. There was also Mexican Marines that were getting killed as well.
Yes, that's right. It's a full-blown military conflict, as you said. This is a confrontation between the armed forces of the Mexican government and the cartels, but it's almost an even match because the cartels are so high-powered in their weaponry. Go on.
Well, they were telling me, and that's another thing too, though, the U.S. involvement. The thing with the U.S., the U.S., when they get involved, especially in those regions, because this type of violence is, I wouldn't say regular, but it's not uncommon. It's very common when these organizations in Mexico get their shift. There's a shift in leadership in these type of organizations. There's always major violence, brutality, people getting killed. So what I meant is, Mexican Marines getting killed, it's not just by the cartels. It's by also the U.S.
That's right. Yes.
So the U.S. is very good at making a point where not only are we there's going to be casualties on the cartel side, but as well as the Mexican side and as the citizens as well, because these cartels, what they do is they start blocking roads, burning, blowing up passageways, and not just them, also, Marines, where it becomes you're literally trapped.
Yes.
Literally trapped, and it just creates this terrible. Imagine just being a visitor there. It's almost, where am I at? This almost seems like Baghdad or any other country or Darfur,
Which is exactly the image that Trump is trying to project.
Exactly.
He's manufactured, basically to him, Mexico is a movie set. And he's generated spectacular violence for TV viewing in America to basically get Americans on edge and afraid and tell them, we've got to stop that from coming up north, and
of course,
and declaring his state of emergency and holding and basically negating the midterms. While you're here, I want to do a screen share with you for something that you brought up last time, by the way. So can you see the screen share? Let me know.
Yeah, I see.
Okay.
I see space, something to do with space.
Yes. Okay. So this was brought up by Samuel Romero last time. Basically, what happens is that we've sent so many satellites into orbit that the debris, about 300,000 recorded FOBs or fragments of debris, and this includes human cadavers, dead Russian astronauts, animal carcasses from test animals we sent into space. They comprise what's called our detritosphere. And this is planet Earth, surrounded by such a coat of detritus, of space trash that is in orbit, including all of the satellites that are functional. And you can actually see a core ring around the Earth and the various orbits and the coating around low Earth orbit to such a degree that we've quarantined ourselves from space. As a result, it's going to become increasingly harder to make launches to escape from Earth's gravity well, because these fragments move at extreme speed, and any one of them collides into, say, for instance, a space shuttle type passenger rocket that's meant to go a longer distance into hard vacuum. It would destroy it. A tiny bit of particulate matter puncturing the hull of such a craft would it would render hard vacuum coming inside and destabilizing its atmosphere, in its internalized pressurized atmosphere, and imploding it in space. As a result, we're going to have to deal with this by basically the creation of very long space elevators, essentially, which would stretch from Earth through the detritosphere. And that way we could safely transport, as with a train, except going vertically up and down, a train that would take supplies into space to escape the gravity well of Earth. That will be necessitated. We can then use that to proceed with an operation to clean up the detritus over time. But the maps that I've worked on, these are maps that would show the equator, where such belts, of course, would be selected in order for these space elevators to be built at the areas that are furthest bulging out into space from Earth itself. Obviously, Mexico would need one. So Mexico itself would have its own assigned area in the Pacific for such a space elevator to be built. In terms of the maps that I've worked on concerning this over time, I've managed to try and distribute evenly for all of the world's economic powers a kind of space elevator exit into space. This would be really the future of a space program that would be practical, as opposed to the insane crap that they're pulling now by shooting out more rockets and just generating more space debris. All of that being said, just wanted to show that to Sammy because he brought up the fact last time he was on that we're choking on our own garbage in space, and it's preventing us from, well, ever effectively leaving the Earth unless my solution is employed. So I hope that clarifies that, Sammy. Just wanted to show you that.
No, that's an excellent point. And I think, this is stuff that you talked about in the past. It's just we're living right now in a time where we are not the progressive country. I mean, we've never been, but we're really not as far as thinking towards the future. We have somebody in power that is always thinking towards the past, always trying to relive the past. And it says a lot of our government. In fact, the people that represent us, in our government, we have the elderly literally do not want to. There needs to be term limits, is what I'm trying to say. Mitch McConnell should not even be. He should really someone should just put him, leave him in a park or somewhere. Just leave him in a park. Have the birds pick at his head. I don't know. And nothing's being done about this. And it's not even. I'm not even talking about, Democrat or Republican or any of that. It's just we don't have the best minds. And I'm not saying we've always had, but there literally needs to be an understanding that we are disgustingly behind as far as our policies as an empire.
But take a look at the so-called best and brightest among us. Idiots like Elon Musk, what are they doing? They're not thinking in terms of space elevators to puncture through the debris. They're shooting up more fucking rockets.
Elon Musk is a moron, okay? Elon Musk, all he is has equity. That's all he has. All he has is equity in whatever scheme that he got rich off of. He's just a South African who is pretty much a scammer.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
In the sense that he doesn't, how can I say this? He doesn't develop anything. It's just he's privileged. And good for him. It's just, to me, he's somebody that's been already, they've tracked Elon Musk's influence in elections this last year, which are criminal.
Yes.
Criminal. He should really be arrested.
Thank you.
For the criminality that he has. And he's not. Why? Well, that's really the simple question. He's privileged in the sense that, there's a comedy bit that, was almost like maybe 25 years old. It's by Chris Rock, but and it's quite true. Only the, he said only the white man can profit from pain in this country. If this was, I don't know, if this was Michael Jordan, if Michael Jordan decided to get into this type of political crime, he would be hanged. He would.
Yeah.
I hate to put it that way, but just because you have money in the United States does not mean you can use it to influence as far as minority.
I noticed that they're going after a lot of these black rappers for their sex crimes.
Well, I have a different opinion, okay? Yeah. And it's probably not a popular one, but it's almost where, it's like the pot calling the kettle black. Okay? It's really, I have to roll my eyes because, if all this can really, it's like, who said it the best? Who was that lady that was, not Christy Nome, the other Kurd?
God, I forget. You're talking about the public speaker for the president. She comes out and lies for him all the time.
No, not her. Not her.
Okay.
Not that nobody. The other one that's in charge. Attorney General.
Bondi. Pam Bondi.
Okay. Pam Bondi actually said something for once that actually made sense. She said, if we arrest everybody that's in the Epstein files, this whole country would crumble. And she's actually right. Yes, it would. Because why? Because they have all the money.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
it's effectively everybody in power. It's effectively everybody in economic and political power. Go on. Yes.
Absolutely. And those people matter, right? They're the human beings that matter, right? And I have to tip my hat to who is this lady that I just compared to Linda Blair, because this is just warm me. Okay. She reminds me of it. Obviously, Linda Blair has always been attractive. Besides that movie.
But, yes, true.
Yes.
Linda Blair's a wonderful person. We don't mean to insult Linda Blair. Who are we talking about? Well, tell me what she does again. This other lady that you're thinking of. That
she's on Team Dietrich. I just don't know her name.
Oh gosh. Somebody help us here.
Well, never mind.
No,
I'll think about it. Well, yeah. She said, if Michael Aquino went to Epstein Island.
Well, it was. You mean Heather Holman?
Yes.
Yeah, there we are. Yes. Oh, yes, that's right, Heather. We love you, Heather. We love you, Heather.
Well, the reason why I say that is because The Exorcist, The Heretic, if you guys ever see that box cover,
yes.
Her icon picture reminds me of that picture.
It's true. It's true.
If anybody looked up that, it's not that, she's Reagan.
Way, Heather,
no, it's
Heather,
just...
that's a compliment. So, Heather, just
that's a compliment.
Exorcist 2, The Heretic, which, by the way, I like. I wouldn't say it's the...
Well, it's 70 cinema.
Yeah.
So my point is, I get the Linda Blair thing, but anyways, my point is, she actually told you a valid question, and it's one of those things where the Attorney General said, if we arrest everybody in that, the world will crumble pretty much. I mean, you see Prince Andrews, getting arrested, which I find comical. He's only 200 years old. I mean, that's the point now. So he got his fun in. He got his coupons worth. But the point is true. It would crumble. So as far as these entertainers getting busted, I don't really put any much weight to it. I just think I'll put it this way. They're not catching Garth Brooks. I don't see nobody in the country music sector. Not that I care, but it's directed. It's direct, and Garth Brooks has a case on it. There's a case on him. They just don't promote it. It's
interesting. I didn't even know that.
Well,
hey, Hegseth 2 happened right here.
Yeah,
there you go. So it's like, do you really put weight on it? That's just, to me, small potatoes. And Hollywood is Hollywood. Obviously, Doug, it's one of these things where if you're in the industry, especially in Hollywood or in the entertainment industry, you're going to get hit on, and you're going to be offered a pro bono, like like hey, come sleep with me, or do this to me and I'll get you here. It's standard, and I'm not saying it's right, but if anybody's surprised, then you really should not be in entertainment. There's reasons why Selma Hayek and beautiful women like her are in the positions. It's not because of their talent. They play the game. Like, I'm not trying to give anybody a lesson here. This is ABC 123. It's pretty standard in the entertainment industry. It's just, I think, for the most part, I hope all this chaos really does help to bring in a new, fresh understanding of what we can be globally.
I think that it'll be inescapable. Definitely the year of the horse is a big deal.
I'd love to get a word in on this.
Please do. Please do.
Yeah, good, Sammy, because I really appreciate everything you said.
Yeah.
And I want to give my personal testimony to what I've witnessed in my life. That the last thing the USA has ever wanted and biggest fear is a thriving and competitive Mexico. Okay? For like a couple 100 years. So, to the point now where it's also ironic, because it is all flipping upside down. Our whole economy requires a slave state, but all our Americans are flocking down there to get basic fucking health care.
Yes. Yeah.
Definitely. So, I witnessed the fall of the PRI. Right, Sammy? Remember them?
Oh, he'll be right back.
That long ago.
He's hearing you.
Shit.
He can. Well, he can hear you.
I wanted him to hear this.
Yeah,
all right.
He can hear you. So he'll respond when he's back. But definitely.
The fall of the PRI. I don't know. They were in power for more than 50 years. And then when that broke, and we started to get oh God, come on! I know the names when I'm not under pressure.
PRI is a political party in Mexico, right?
Had this stranglehold.
Yeah.
And very right wing for generations.
Yes.
And so since they've fallen, it's gone all the way from, I got his name right on the tip of my tongue, a couple in succession, leaning kind of socialist, shockingly enough.
Almost communist. It was
yeah.
But what was the guy's name again? It was
It's come all the way, Samuel, to being a woman, for God's sake.
Yes.
Which is pretty damn revolutionary, you got to admit. I mean, they got a woman president before we did. There you go.
Well, that's almost inevitable. Look at Japan, got a woman prime ministress before.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's getting a woman before fucking America. I mean, North Korea's dictatorship. They're grooming the younger sister of Kim Jong-un. Brendan, is that his younger sister? I mean, North Korea's going to get a female leader before the United States.
Yeah. No, God, yeah, that's right. That's right. But Trump and this godless machine behind him actually are under the crazy delusions that they're going to control Greenland to Chile.
Yeah,
so they can't have no thriving Mexico.
Yeah, well, all I can say is that it's all going to backfire. It's they're ushering.
I think it's happening.
Yes, they're ushering
right
in their
before
own
our
destruction.
eyes.
Yes,
and it is a reason to keep hope alive.
Yes. Well, believe me, honey. Yeah, plenty of reason to keep hope alive. It's just we're not going to.
And the space junk thing is real. I read a paper on that. A chip of paint at that velocity can penetrate steel.
Oh yeah.
Steel.
Yeah.
A chip of paint.
Yes. Yeah.
And all these Elon drones, was it here I heard they only have like a 1.5 year lifespan?
Oh yeah, he's just creating more and more garbage.
The
I mean,
thousands and thousands, all those swarms.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah, like you say, it's a significant barrier.
yes, yes. To it's mankind suffocating himself in his own shit. That's what it
Well,
is.
oh, and that was the final thing for Sammy. I thought in the good old days, warring factions would go for assassination more than ratting out
In
in terms of cartel, internecine problems in the gangster
maybe in the
world
old
of
days.
Mexico.
Yeah, things have changed though. Things have changed. I mean,
Yeah.
so much easier
Yeah,
just to,
remarkably.
yeah.
Yeah, easier.
Yes.
So, but I just wanted Sammy to know I think it's freaking amazing that their economy is booming on so many fronts, but you sure won't see it on Newsmax.
Yes. Yeah.
So
And
that's all.
no, definitely appreciate it and necessary to say that. Thank you. Brendan has joined us. Say hello to everyone, Brendan, and welcome aboard. Let's see if
Hi,
he can get
Brendan.
off mute. Yeah, hi, Brendan. Let's see if he responds. And hopefully he does. He's got to tell us about the eclipse corridor. Yeah, a lot of people were saying how positive that was. And it's more or less very scary. I mean, for Asian.
Yeah, that horse thing is crazy.
Oh, I'll
with
get
everybody
back to
mobbing on Chinese astrology all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, I'll get back to that. Matter of fact, I can do that till Brendan joins us.
Well, I will say this.
Yeah.
I have gotten kind of crusty
Uh-huh.
about people who think they know anything about who I am according to my sun sign.
Yes. Yeah, go on.
Especially because it's conventional American is 30 degrees off.
Yeah.
So I'm not even what they think I am. But people hire, they fire, they marry, they decide friendships by the most kind of vulgarized use of these systems of understanding that weren't meant to be personality parlor games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so for personal divination, instead of treating them like systems of process. So that's kind of tricky. But yeah, I don't like it when people base their decisions on these, I don't know what to call them, consumerized simplifications.
Well, I think that it's harmless enough, or can be. I mean, like you say, so long as
Can be,
people
unless
aren't
you're
making-
hiring and firing based on,
yeah,
what's
no,
your
that's
sign.
different.
Yeah.
And
Picking your friends, I mean, it's kind of creepy, and it's a perfectly legitimatized prejudice.
And well,
That can be taken to extremes.
yes, yeah,
But perfectly legitimized.
Completely.
Yeah, nobody's gonna.
But such having been said, I don't think most people would admit it publicly. If people are hiring and firing on the basis of such a thing, I don't think they would say it publicly, right?
No, you can't ask it on a job app.
Yeah.
But in terms of people thinking, oh, you're a this and that, you're a Gemini, so that's why you think the way you do.
Yes.
I think that's wrong.
I agree.
A flagrant misuse, and I see that a lot.
Well, it's
with people.
Well, let's just say it's a good conversation starter, but obviously you don't want to be judging
that's right.
people by that alone. That's
God.
I'd like to think
I encounter it kind of rampantly.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like you say, not the Chinese yet, but I'm sure it's probably an entirely like TikTok generated thing.
Well, TikTok
It's
is
just
run.
what comes up
It,
on their reels,
it's TikTok
and
is
it
run.
infects.
Well, TikTok is run by Communist China, so that makes perfect sense. Since TikTok's run by Communist China, then that would be a way of popularizing Chinese culture. So, yeah, and
Yeah,
Brendan's welcome to
something.
join us, but in the meantime, I'll continue along that thematic. Basically, similar sentiments to the ones I expressed earlier, where you had this one TikToker rather naively thinking that the eclipse falling on Asian Lunar New Year is a great thing, you know. Oh, super intense energy. It's going to mark an
Yeah,
important moment in human history.
that's what I need.
All of that is
Super
true.
intense energy.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
All of that is true, but it's true in the most catastrophic sense.
Yeah.
That's
We don't want none of that.
yeah. Anyhow,
Super intense
so
energy.
here's what Brendan, do come on, join us. And otherwise I'll just read what you're sending aloud, which I don't want to do. So come on, Brendan. You come off mute, join us on the call, and say hi. Otherwise, yeah, what Brendan says is that the 2026 eclipse corridor runs from February 17th, the exact day Asian Lunar New Year started. This is incredible. It's a synchronicity that has deep meaning, and it ends on March 3rd.
And I think Ramadan too.
Yeah.
Ramadan too.
Right, but I'm not as familiar with that. But
no, but it's still a major million people
of course
deal.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, energy wise and timing.
Yeah, and it ends around the time that Asian Lunar New Year concludes in its core element, March 3rd, spanning the time between a solar eclipse in Aquarius and a total lunar eclipse in Virgo. This period is characterized by accelerated life changes, intense emotions, and fated sudden events that often close old chapters and initiate new, unavoidable cycles. Okay, that's...
Oh,
you like that?
no, please, no, God.
Yeah, the ascendant, the Lagna, is the zodiacal sign rising on the eastern horizon at birth, representing your physical body, personality, and life path. The moon sign, Rashi, is the sign where the moon is located, representing your emotions, mind, and inner self. Both are equally vital for a complete read. So he's simply, in this case, Brendan is simply pointing out that, yeah, people need more than just your sun sign. They need your moon sign. And
well, yeah, of course. But, people take, just a lot of, it's too many people are stuck up way up there. But yeah, I get what he's saying, and it better goddamn match the night sky is all I ask.
Yeah, and as for what I've just expressed about all those TikTokers and all the people I've been meeting at the parties at the estates lately who have really jumped onto Chinese astrology as a lifeline, similar sentiments have been going viral on Instagram. One meme that has been liked more than 427,000 times, reading, 2025, the snake cleared your path. 2026, the horse moves you forward. So, is the year of the horse really that big a deal? That's what you might ask. The Chinese zodiac is obviously, as you all know, made up of 12 animal signs such as the rabbit, the dragon, the snake, and of course our humbly majestic horse. According to Chinese astrology, the horse is defined by such traits as confidence, responsibility, and intelligence. Horses also move fast and seek freedom, resenting being reined in. So fire horse years are considered especially strong, rebellious, and energetic, and sometimes even seen as unlucky for births in certain cultures, like mine own late and sainted mother's native Japan. In other words, I was born in a year in which most Japanese were aborted. Now, the last fire horse was mine own birth year of 1966, which was the beginning of an era of extraordinary social upheaval, in which 100 million people were exterminated by their own government in mainland China alone. In terms of what this means for 2026, it's all about discovering new ways of being and transformation. if you survive. Now combine this
Yeah.
with
It's
the
made for the tech bros, you know, but they got to have all progress all the time.
oh well
Get better and innovate, and we're galloping, and oh boy, let's go.
well, they'll be the cause of a lot of catastrophic change,
Right
and
off the cliff.
and yes, and right off the cliff. Now combine this with the numerology of it all, and that revamping modus operandi becomes extra potent. 2026 brings us to a universal year 1. 2025 was a universal year 9, which was about endings, and is considered a fatalist number in Asia. Not too positive. 9 is, again, an endpoint, but 2026 is a universal year 1, which means we've stepped into a new numerology cycle, and we're starting from the beginning all over again. Then there's the fire horse part of it all. Every year corresponds with one of the 5 Chinese elements. Those that end in 6 or 7 are always fire. Now, per Ada Oyu, or as they pronounce it in a different dialect, Oi, which would be more Japanized, she's an integrative Chinese medicine clinician, and she's the founder of 001 London. She says, a fire horse here heightens the horse's natural dynamism. Fire brings intensity, urgency, and passion, which can feel motivating, but also demanding. This combination often creates a faster pace of life and a stronger drive to achieve, making it especially important to stay attuned to the body's limits and energy reserves. As for why so many white people have become invested in all this, well, it seems that anything that makes sense of an increasingly chaotic world is something to cling to. Before citing a litany of other examples in one TikTok video, a user has pointed out how the last fire horse year was the start of Red China's Cultural Revolution, which I myself have already articulated in terms of its mass murderous impact, as well as when Cold War tensions peaked, ideological divides hardened, civil rights unrest intensified. Undoubtedly, this year of the horse will be equally transformative on a global scale. Hundreds of millions will die. We are going to face all-out total war. We are going to collapse into civil war. On a personal note, the idea of this new and exciting horse energy is appealing to many regardless. Now, to quote Susan Gu, a traditional Chinese medicinal practitioner and acupuncturist at the London-based wellness clinic, the HVN, culturally, the horse represents resilience and drive, qualities many people naturally gravitate towards during times of uncertainty or transition. The symbolism offers reassurance and motivation, encouraging people to take initiative, trust their instincts, and move forward with confidence. In this sense, it functions less as fortune-telling and more as a psychological and emotional reset. Well, of course, we're all going to have to reset because, well, the world around us will have reset. Checking into the call to see if our man Brendan came off mute because I thought I heard an echo there. If not, well, in a society where religion and other traditional belief systems sit at the fringes, many people still yearn for a higher meaning, if only to make sense of the world and their place therein. Interspirituality, the beliefs, ideas, and systems that sit outside of typical Western ideologies and are becoming increasingly popular among adrift generations, looking for something to cling to. Regardless of whether you believe in the meaning of any of this, going into a new lunar year with an invigorated sense of renewal is undoubtedly a net positive. And who knows, if we believe that change is coming, who is to say that it won't be for the better? If it's a choice between pessimism and hope, well, I know which one I'd rather choose. Because from the potential collapse of the British monarchy to a possible American strike on Iran, and even talk of an alien invasion, yes, you heard that right, the markets have plenty to digest. Stock futures wavered as the United States military deployed aerocraft carriers and fighter jets to the Middle East. Meanwhile, Blue Owl was said to sell about $1.4 billion in private loans to major pension funds and its own insurer to help meet investor payouts, highlighting the risks of facing retail investors drawn into the booming private credit market. And about those aliens, Donald Trump said he doesn't know if they're real or not, but he directed federal agencies to release files that discuss extraterrestrial life and unexplained aerial phenomena. And all because Barack Obama brought it up on a recent podcast. Trump said the move could get Obama out of trouble after accusing him of giving away classified information. Now, I've already explained this. As a matter of fact, our dear Holly could reiterate what I've said. You can tell people my stance on this, Holly. I'm sure you can. If you're so willing to come off mute, of course. And
Not exactly. Not exactly. But I did hear it.
well, basically, Obama.
It's so mind-boggling. I mean, he pulls out aliens now. And we did joke about it, like, oh, yeah, there's plenty of aliens. Go to Milwaukee, go to Minneapolis.
Yeah, well,
but
go on.
You had a good take on it. I remember that. It was nuanced.
Well, it was basically Barack Obama, who knew all about World War II, was given the lowdown, obviously, debriefing. Basically said,
right.
Yes, there are aliens, but there's no bodies at Area 51. So what he's saying is that there are Asians and other ethnicities defined in World War II as enemy aliens. And
they exist.
Yeah,
guess what?
They exist. Yeah, then he had
it's
to come
hilarious
back and qualify. Yes, then he had to come back and qualify. I have never seen any evidence of extraterrestrials.
There you go.
Which then qualified everything he said into exactly what I said, which resulted in Trump saying he's giving away classified information.
And God, did he really?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
That's hilarious.
Yes.
Because remember, that was one of Trump's big things. Oh, you'll know about 9/11. You'll know about aliens. That was one of his, election points back in 2016 when Marjorie Taylor Greene was laboring for him to get elected.
Yes. Yeah. And
I'll tell you everything.
Yeah.
He did a little bump on JFK, but
it's
that must have got him out of some kind of hole that week. Oh, okay, you can have JFK. So you won't think about me doing some stupid shit someplace.
And by the way, we still haven't found out anything about any of that. So
no, nope.
At any rate, Trump's own name will soon appear on a flying object of a different kind after Florida's Republican-led legislature approved a bill to rename Palm Beach's airport after our president. Just what we needed, of course. Trump International.
What was the trade? They were supposed to do something.
I can't.
It might have been something ice related. Was it ice related?
Probably opened more concentration camps out in the jungle.
Yeah,
in the Everglades. Yes. Anyhow,
that the state will pay for, not the feds.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. At any rate, it's not working yet. Donald Trump's global trade war has not had, as of yet anyway, the desired effect when it comes to America's yawning trade deficit. In fact, the gap grew in December to $70.3 billion. This, according to data from his own maladministration. The United States Commerce Department reported that the shortfall culminated in a full-year deficit of $901.5 billion fucking dollars, one of the largest in data back to 1960. Trump had said tariffs are part of his strategy to reduce American reliance on foreign goods, encourage domestic investment, and correct decades of declines in manufacturing employment. Recent data, however, has borne out yet a year of warnings from economists, proving it's entirely American consumers and companies who are paying for Trump's tariffs rather than any foreign countries. In a note, nationwide financial market economist Orrin Klatchkin said, after all the tariff headlines and swings in the data, the trade deficit barely budged in 2025. And those tariffs, many of which were ruled illegal by a federal appeals court, were the subject of a United States Supreme Court decision rendered into this weekend. Regardless, after more than a year of tariffs and repeated threats of more to come, Canadians appear to be giving up hope that they're going to stop anytime soon. 46% polled believe U.S. President Donald Trump will raise tariffs further on Canada. That's up 19 percentage points since May of 2025, which brings us to Vituperation Day. You see, on Friday, the United States Supreme Court followed through as expected, given oral arguments in which the justices expressed skepticism at the underpinnings of Donald Trump's so-called Liberation Day tariffs and struck the president's tariffs down, affirming a federal appeals court ruling that had found Trump's maneuver illegal. The 6-3 majority, including two of Trump's own picks, whom he attacked in very personal terms, upended the Republican signature economic policy. At a subsequent press conference, the 79-year-old quickly went on the attack. Trump called some of the justices a disgrace and disloyal, while alluding to non-specific foreign conspiracies hatched by, as he put it, slime balls, intent on influencing the court. The landmark defeat comes as Trump's approval rating has been falling over his handling of our economy and his national immigration dragnet. But while the president displayed exceptional anger at not getting his way, the maladministration had been preparing for a defeat and plans to impose tariffs using other provisions of federal law. To reiterate, after his Supreme Court defeat, Trump announced a new global tariff relying on another law. President Trump said he's absolutely ashamed of the Supreme Court justices who voted to strike down his tariffs and will rely on other laws to impose import taxes, including a new 15% global tariff. The Empire of Japan the Empire of Japan made a deal with Trump to avoid just this, and now they're stuck. So the Empire of Japan will keep its investment pledge to America after the tariff ruling. These deals, totaling $36 billion, are the first step in a $550 billion investment pledge aimed at securing tariff relief and sustaining the American empire, even as Japan's ruling party tax chief calls the American imperial tariff situation, quote, messy, unquote. The Trump tariffs are dead. Long live the Trump tariffs. Well, this is where we go zombie. 48 hours ago, in a 6-3 opinion delivered with the dawn, the Supreme Court struck down the bulk of the president's sweeping global tariffs. The majority ruled that the law Donald Trump had abused to carry out most of his trade policies does not, in fact, allow the president to impose tariffs at all. This is a major setback for Trump's trade agenda, but it is far from any fatal one. The president has several alternatives that he can abuse to reconstruct his, terrorist tariff regime. And his maladministration has spent months putting a plan in place to do so. Those efforts, too, may eventually be challenged in court, but fully litigating them will take us years. Unless the president...
And he jacked it up 5 points.
Yes, thank you.
The 15%.
Yes. He originally said 10, But I've also heard him say 15. So I guess it just depends what movie.
Because he's pissed.
Yeah, because he's pissed. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Now, unless the president suddenly has a change of heart, Trump's tariff misadventure is far from over. The case before the court centered on a 1977 law called the IEEPA, or the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which authorizes the president to regulate the importation of goods in a national emergency that arises from an unusual and extraordinary threat, like an alien invasion. Now, the Trump maladministration had interpreted this vague statute, which had never been used to justify tariffs, to mean that the president can issue tariffs of whatever kind he wants, whenever he wants, on any country he wants, so long as he says an emergency exists, all without getting congressional approval. IEEPA was the basis of Trump's tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and the Communist Chinese Empire last February, the reciprocal tariffs he levied on almost every country in the world on Liberation Day, and most of the one-off tariffs he has issued or threatened to impose on trade partners such as Brazil, India, and more recently, Europe and Canada. Industry-specific tariffs on goods such as steel and aluminum have been imposed under separate, more legally sound authorities and are not affected by the ruling. Last year, the lower courts ruled that although the IEEPA may allow some tariffs, it certainly did not allow these tariffs, many of which were set at arbitrary levels on an arbitrary set of countries, abusing justifications that could hardly be thought of as any true national emergency, such as the existence of a trade deficit or an imaginary surge of fentanyl shipments from Canada. The Supreme Court going even further, with the Chief Justice John Roberts declaring, "We hold that IEEPA does not authorize the president to impose tariffs." But even as it insisted that the law was on its side, the maladministration spent much of the past year preparing a backup plan to rebuild Trump's terrorist tariff wall in the case the courts ruled against them. Because, as the president observed on Truth Social a few hours after the ruling, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs! He put that all in the uppercase. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs. I'm talking like Trump. It's all in the uppercase, and he would probably pronounce IEEPA as IEEPA. Now, according to top Trump maladministration officials such as the National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett and the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, the maladministration's plan draws on two main authorities. The first is Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. That law allows the president to levy tariffs of up to 15% on any country for up to 150 days to address large and serious balance of payment deficits, a term that refers to more money leaving our country than coming into it. After the initial window, the tariff must be reauthorized by Congress. According to estimates by Clark Packard and Stan Vieger, kind of like, remember Star Trek, the horrible first movie that was just unwatchable with the bald lady, and they were searching for Vieger? Well, Stan Vieger's name is pronounced like that. I guess he was the Voyager they were always looking for, or he was named after the film came out. Anyhow, these trade experts at the Cato Institute and the American Enterprise Institute, respectively, according to them, this technique alone will allow Trump to reinstate 70% of the tariff revenue struck down by the Supreme Court. This will be a temporary solution, and overbroad use, or it's rather an overbroad abuse of Section 122 that could also be invalidated by the courts. It would most likely be intended only as a stopgap measure to buy time while the maladministration begins work on the second part of its evil plan. Phase 2 will draw on Section 301 of the same law. Section 301 allows a presidential administration to levy essentially permanent tariffs of any kind on any country in response to unfair trade practices. The catch is that the tariffs can come into effect only after the federal government has navigated several layers of bureaucratic process, including launching an official investigation into the unfair practices of the country in question, compiling a report detailing those practices, and offering a public notice and comment period. That's where the 150 days comes in. The maladministration will abuse this time to launch investigations into the United States' major trading partners so that once the 5 months are expired, the paperwork is already in place to switch to indefinite tariffs under Section 301 in perpetuity, meaning forever tariffs, meaning we're eliminating all trade with the outside world and effectively starving ourselves to death. By the way,
And Americans will continue to flock to Mexico and probably Canada too.
Well, thank you. I
and
mean,
good on them.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yes, he's going to cause a massive ex-migration.
Good on them. Because those countries deserve a break from our evil clutches.
Thank you. Now, believe it or not, this authority rests on stronger constitutional grounds. The first Trump maladministration and the Biden misadministration both used Section 301 to impose or raise tariffs on communist Chinese goods. Courts have generally been deferential to how presidents use the authority as long as the proper process has been followed. Trump has already signaled that he plans to abuse all the legal authorities at his disposal. In his Truth Social post, he wrote, and again I'll shout when he uses all caps, all uppercase, "Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs." Why does he capitalize that? Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs remain in place and in full force and effect. Today I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs. Why does he keep uppercasing tariffs? Already being charged. And we are also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices. Now, most experts concur that this 1-2 combination will allow Trump to functionally rebuild most of the current terroristic tariff regime in a way that could survive in court. But the ruling even came down, well, before the ruling even came down, Peter Harrell, who served as a top trade advisor in the Biden misadministration, told the Fourth Estate, nearly 90% of U.S. trade comes from our 20 largest partners. I don't think it would be too difficult to reconstitute tariffs on most of them in 150 days. Now, less clear is the degree to which the court's ruling will restrain Trump's ability to impose new tariffs. The president is not really a notice and comment kind of guy. He prefers to abuse the threat of sudden, unpredictable tariffs to coerce other countries to do his bidding or punish them for crossing him. So far this year, he has threatened 25% tariffs on Europe over their unwillingness to hand over Greenland over to him, and 100% tariffs on Canada for making a deal with the Communist Chinese Empire. He has also threatened to raise tariffs very quickly on India for buying Russian oil. Such threats will be less intimidating if they have an upper bound of 15%, vis-a-vis Section 122, or require a drawn-out bureaucratic process before implementation, as vis-a-vis Section 301. To quote us the aforecited V'ger, they will lose quite a bit of flexibility. Trump loves to threaten higher and higher tariffs on whatever country for whatever reason, and these tools just weren't designed to do that. The maladministration appears to acknowledge this reality. Part of its legal argument for upholding IWEPA was that the alternatives would deny the president flexibility and immediacy. As Howard Lutnick, Trump's Commerce Secretary, has noted in previous testimony, Other tools are procedurally time-consuming and do not allow for immediate action. Perhaps Trump will simply make a mockery of the procedural requirements under Section 301. He could threaten Canada on Monday morning, have his trade representative launch an investigation into Canadian trade practices that afternoon, and issue a report by Tuesday detailing why those tariffs are justified. Or he might try to rely on an even older legal provision, Section 338 of the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1930. This allows the president to impose tariffs of up to 50% on any country if the president determines that it has discriminatory trade practices towards the United States. Either of these options would be vulnerable to court challenges. Courts are likely to strike down Section 301 tariffs on purely procedural grounds if the maladministration rushes them through without proper process. Section 338 of Smoot-Hawley, meanwhile, has never been used, and some question exists as to whether it still applies as law at all, or whether it was superseded entirely by the 1974 bill. Even if it's still good law, courts may rule that its use requires approval from the United States International Trade Commission, an independent agency that conducts investigations into trade disputes, or that the discriminatory acts justification doesn't apply to countries with which the United States has most favored nation trading status. Every country except Cuba, North Korea, Russia, and Belarus. But those legal challenges, even if successful, might not constrain Trump all that much. The president could simply keep pushing the boundaries of different authorities to keep some version of tariffs in place while litigation takes its sweet time to resolve. The courts already took a year to decide on IWEPA. Who knows how long it will take them to overturn each one of these potential alternative efforts. Thus, V'ger concludes, if you're issuing separate country-by-country tariffs, then it's likely they will have to be litigated one by one. Of course, this type of strategic legal brinkmanship would create a logistical nightmare for businesses, with inescapably painful economic consequences, which, of course, is the entire point. Trump is the enemy. He's installed by Putin to destroy our economy and bring us down to the level of Russian standards of living, which isn't living at all. Tariffs would constantly be overturned and refunded from this point forward. Businesses would have no certainty to make any investments. Companies would, perforce, raise prices preemptively. The aforecited Herald forewarning that it will be total, complete chaos. Well, what did I say about the year of the horse? One institution could put an end to all of this at any time. Congress. The Constitution gives the legislative branch the power to regulate international trade. The only reason Trump is able to levy tariffs at all is because of previous laws passed by Congress that have given him that authority. Congress could decide to take that authority away. So far, while a handful of Republicans have complained loudly about tariffs, none have been willing to actually do anything about them. If Trump were behaving purely rationally, he probably wouldn't try any more tariff workarounds, given how unpopular his tariffs are and how much the cost of living dominates voter sentiment. He would simply accept a loss at the Supreme Court and move on. Without the tariffs in place, prices would most certainly come down, and the Federal Reserve would finally be more confident about lowering interest rates. But for Trump, the tariff power is about a lot more than tariffs. It's the primary way he exerts dominance over American companies and foreign countries, and he will never be willing to give that up. Now, let me check on the latest input from Brendan Zoget. Wonderful news about, oh, are we getting a refund? Come on and tell us, Brendan. Come on and tell us. You know, that's my taunt to you. He gave us a nice link about the
I
remains
thought
of...
that's the zombie part. Isn't that the zombie part?
No,
The zombie tariffs.
it's they're Walking Dead tariffs. I mean, thank you.
That's why there's no refund, right?
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, there never was going to be a refund.
Right, but
yeah.
okay. I thought that was the term.
Yeah, it's you know, let's put it this way. He's out to destroy America, and he's succeeding. And no one's stopping him. And
But he's got a machine.
Yeah.
He's got a big machine.
Oh yeah.
Really big.
Well, they're all a Russian fifth column on our shores, and they're the enemy. Now, with all such in mind,
and given who's in the cabinet, that's the best they could put forward. So imagine what's behind them.
Well, I mean, now he's
It's
actually, yeah, and he's actually,
mutants.
and he's actually asking what's it going to be in 2028. He's actually saying, should I pick J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio? I mean, oh,
Right.
what a choice.
Oh, they're neck and neck. It's just, yeah. But this was he never got where he is on his own powers or talents.
Of course not. Well, none of them.
I mean, he's the world's biggest shill.
Yes.
But that's when, and all his immediate cabinet is setups, but the ones just behind them and just behind them, it's a hatred of government so profound.
So Brendan brings up Howard Lutnick's ex-firm rejects claims it may profit from the tariff ruling. Apparently, the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick's sons, may benefit from tariff refunds. So, okay, so this might be, but you have to come on and explain this to us, Brendan. I mean, now we're going into basically how they're lining their pockets. And
Lutnick's in a trench coat. Can I sell you a few bitcoins, buddy?
Yeah, they're all shit.
That's his racket.
Yeah. Now, with all such in mind, while there may be even more trouble ahead for the royals, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has made history. And 'twas the late Queen's blind spot for her favorite son what led to his downfall. It's not any exaggeration to say that the Epstein story is shaping up to be one of the most shocking scandals of the postmodern age. It is a story reaching the highest offices across continents, spreading from the White House to royal palaces, and exposing a deep and rising global anger over what many see as a trois-tier system of law, justice, and accountability. These are dark days for the British royals, and the king knows it. The arrest of his brother, the former prince, is a pivotal moment in postmodern history. As the fallout from the Epstein files continues, it is unlikely he will be the last high-profile name to wear their shame in front of the cameras. As far as Andrew's situation goeth, it has been made clear that he will receive no help from the king. Doing so would cause serious problems for the future of the Commonwealth, especially as the Republicans, meaning the anti-monarchists in England, attempt to abuse it for their political advantage. As Andrew Mountbatten Windsor faces questions from up to 8 different police forces investigating misconduct in public office, it feels like something seismic is happening. Looking back on how we got here, the Queen never wavered in her support for her favorite son, and her blind spots are partly to blame for the downfall he is facing today. Meanwhile, life will never be the same again for Britain's royal family, who can no longer count on a culture of deference to keep prying eyes away from their affairs. With hundreds of homes and expenses paid by the public purse, the time has come to open up the books. If they are to survive, a period of painful disclosure lies ahead. Until this week, it has... Yeah. Honey?
You know what I heard?
Yeah.
Because he knew Charles has to advocate.
Abdicate
the
the
king.
throne.
Yeah, because he had to have known.
Maybe. We'll
See
we'll
that?
see. I mean, yeah,
We'll see.
yeah, we'll
He
see.
he had to have known.
I mean, but that brings us to William, who I'll get to in a moment. You know, and
Oh,
yeah,
that poor guy. Oh, and his wife is as thin as a stick.
there we go.
She's stick thin. That poor woman.
Oh my God.
I can't help but feel sorry for those kids.
Oh well.
They didn't ask to be born.
Well, there you go. Until this week,
All right.
it has been nearly 4 centuries since the arrest of a senior British royal. Well, now out of police custody, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's ties to Jeffrey Epstein have heaped embarrassment on his brother, King Charles III. Meanwhile, as the United Kingdom's most powerful family tries to outrun a litany of setbacks, Epstein's estate has agreed to pay as much as $35 million to resolve the outstanding legal claims of his victims who haven't already reached settlements. And for anyone thinking that Prince William will bring a new relevance to the next generation, they may need to think again. Despite candid interviews on Radio 1, the future king is flailing miserably to read the room of the 18 to 24-year-olds. These are youngsters bearing the brunt of a cost of living crisis and who see him as just another privileged Nepo baby. As for the arrest of the former Prince Andrew itself, Thursday's arrest was described in common terms. Yet the former Prince Andrew's connection to Jeffrey Epstein, despite his consistent denials of wrongdoing, remains inseparable from his royal status. At 8 o'clock Thursday morn, UK time, a detachment of unmarked police cars arrived at the temporary home of Andrew Albert Christian Edward Mountbatten Windsor, the younger brother of King Charles III, to arrest him on suspicion of misconduct in public office. It is the first time since 1647, when Charles I was handed to the custody of the English Parliament by the Scottish Army, that a senior member of the royal family has been detained in this way. The former prince, who turned 66 that very day, is being investigated for his misbehavior as the United Kingdom's trade envoy between 2001 and 2011, the year of my mother's death, when he is alleged to have forwarded confidential government briefings about investment opportunities to his friend, Jeffrey Epstein. A statement from Thames Valley Police, which described Mountbatten Windsor as a man in his 60s from Norfolk, said that the arrest followed a thorough assessment, presumably of the dozens of emails between the two men released in the latest batches of the Epstein files. As I spraketh earlier this week, Mountbatten Windsor, who used to be known as the Duke of York, has been the subject of a prolonged and experimental deroyaling for the past 15 years, after a photograph of him with Virginia Giuffre, who was a victim of human child sex trafficking by Epstein and died by suicide last year, was first published in the British mass media. Since then, the former Prince Andrew has been stripped of his royal titles, his military rank as Vice Admiral, his income, his homes, and his charitable and business associations. His standard was removed from St. George's Chapel at Windsor. Nonetheless, his arrest and the grimly common rendering as a man in his 60s from Norfolk comest as a shock in what remains, even on days like today, a quietly hierarchical society. For there is no other institution like the royal family which can summon ancient magic in modern sin in the space of a single statement to the press, when at high noon on the 19th day in February, the king said, "Let me state clearly, the law must take its course. Meanwhile, my family and I will continue in our duty and service to you all. Charles R." Charles I, the last royal to be arrested, was executed 2 years later, in January of 1649. In his final moments, he reportedly said, "I go from a corruptible to an incorruptible crown, where no disturbance can be." It reminded me of one of Mountbatten Windsor's emails to Epstein, sent in January of 2011, but a short while before my mother's murder, about 6 weeks before the photograph with Jouffre was first published, and barely the span of a few months before Fukushima Daiichi, and, well, my own mother's murder the week thereafter. The then prince was heading for his annual retreat, with himself writing, "For 1 week of the year it's great. Time to put something back into me before the rest of the world starts sucking it out in all their greed and demands." Royals are caged most of the time. The disturbance is constant. The attention is pitiless. Sympathy is basically zero. It shouldn't be a surprise that they are corruptible. Nor should it be a surprise that, of all the powerful men and women implicated by the release of the Epstein files, a former prince is among the first to be brought to book. Once you are cast out of the palace, you find that you have no friends at all. Andrew won't bring down the monarchy. I haven't calculated the maths to the precision point myself, but the reports are that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is the first British prince to be arrested in 400 years. Well, former prince. The title might be gone, but the general public are aware that this is the brother of the king, and his short time held in custody is a landmark moment in postmodern history. Since that headline, the internet has been awash with speculation about what this may or may not mean for high-profile Americans and Europeans named in the Epstein files. As for the potential fallout for Commonwealth Australia's political system, the Republicans have come out of the woodwork, attempting to abuse Andrew's situation as a reason to call for a referendum, clearly forgetting that most of the names on the Epstein list are politicians. So far, this has not worked out for them. My segue comment I reserve for the hysterical state of the Murdochian press, or should I say Murdochian, and the unhinged mental condition of the Australian political class. We are living in a surreality where these entities are bickering about hurt feelings and mean comments, while the Australian Labor government is toying with the idea of bringing more ISIS brides back into the only nation on earth to occupy an entire continent after it has just suffered the worst terrorist attack in that nation's history. To be clear, ISIS brides are not victims. They are women who discarded the West as manifest in the Pacific and traveled to Suraya to join the Islamic State at a time when its ideology was known and its crimes had already crossed the threshold of crimes against humanity. It is painfully obvious that the only reason ISIS brides are trying to return to the West, including the European Union and the United Kingdom, is because their husbands died and Islamic terrorists lost the war. They would not be trying to return if ISIS was still in power. In any case, there are some mistakes so grim that there should be no reprieve. And while the Greens of Oz have spent the last 20 days talking about women's rights and campaigning against domestic violence, several of their elected members are trying to play the pity card for the ISIS brides. Are they deaf to the plight of the Yazidi woman? Women and girls were kidnapped, mass abducted by ISIS, held in mass captivity for years, with most reports listing the ISIS brides as their jailers. They were kept as sex slaves and then killed. At one point, these Yazidi women were put into a cage and publicly burned alive. Are the rescued Yazidi women supposed to live side by side with ISIS brides? What kind of living hell is that? The idea that Australian courts and jails can handle this kind of criminality is implausible. These are acts of evil well beyond anything our civilized system is designed for. It is my own analysis that ISIS brides are not Australian citizens or citizens of any Western nation. They are willing members of the Caliphate, and the Syrian desert is more than they deserve. Pauline Hanson's so-called speech crimes are little more than a murmur compared to the failures of the communities which allowed ISIS to radicalize in Australian cities. The failures of immigration ministers. The failures of ASIO, the Australian Security Intelligence Organization, and the moral failures of their own Prime Minister. This side of the Pacific, Trump's presidency teeters on the brink as explosive new evidence surfaces. We've only had one genuinely failed presidency in the postmodern era, Richard Nixon's. I believe we're on the verge of the second, and for very similar reasons. If it plays out the way I expect, the consequences would be world-changing, and will certainly alter how our politics work for decades yet to come. The tipping point began in a big way when Attorney General Pam Bondi went before Congress to defend Donald Trump. When asked how many of Epstein's co-conspirators she'd indicted, she refused to answer and instead completely lost it, going off on a bizarre rant that included, and here I quotist therefrom verbatim, Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. None of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump, the Dow. The Dow right now is over 50,000. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. Nobody was buying it any more than when Trump said on Wednesday of this week, "I've been totally exonerated. I did nothing." Instead, both became punchlines for comedians and have Republicans hiding to avoid being interviewed. And on Thursday, we saw the bookend of this Watergate-like tipping point when the former Prince Andrew was arrested by the British police. They didn't even give the royal family an advance notice, didn't invite him to come and be questioned, but instead just showed up and took him away, then tore apart his residences looking for evidence. Consider the analogy. The Watergate scandal that brought Nixon down began in June of 1972, but Nixon didn't resign until August of 1974. It crossed over his re-election in November of 1972 and was barely a factor, just like Epstein was only a footnote to Trump's election in 2024. For over 20 years, most Americans thought Watergate was overblown. Early reporting in the mainstream mass media machine largely dismissed the initial furor of Democrats over their headquarters' offices being broken into as partisan huffing and puffing, because almost nobody thought Nixon himself had anything to do with the crime. In fact, conservative media at the time ridiculed Democrats' concerns as political opportunism, calling the event, as Nixon himself said, a third-rate burglary. The legal system was largely disinterested, beyond holding the burglars themselves to account for a crime where it wasn't clear that anything was even taken from the offices. And the Nixon administration, and his Department of Justice, and its leader, Attorney General John Mitchell, ridiculed both politicians and media folks who expressed concern that Watergate represented any actual threat to our constitutional system of government. What changed when the tapes were finally released, analogous to the release of 3 million documents by the DOJ and Bondi's evasive testimony, was that Americans finally realized that the president was in fact a crook, and that the institutions of our federal government, particularly the tragically misnamed Department of Justice, had been covering up for him. We're damn close to that moment right now. The recent DOJ release included reference to a report that a 13-year-old girl reported to the FBI that Trump beat her half to death when she bit his penis as he forced her to perform oral sex. Did you hear what I just said? Is any of this sinking in? Is anyone fucking listening? This week, reporter Roger...
That's the chauffeur story? The chauffeur?
Yeah,
The driver?
There's so fucking many of them.
That particular one.
All I know is that with this
that's made the papers.
We had a 13-year-old girl bite Trump's orange dick when he forced it down her throat, which I can relate to.
No, but I mean, is it the chauffeur that wanted to get out and beat him up in this story that's made the papers?
I didn't hear that connected to this particular anecdote.
All right.
Let
him come. Yeah. All right. Fine.
It's like, this is
just... But the one I caught was that one.
Yeah. It's going to go on and on because there's so many of these and there's so many young girls raped by Donald Trump. Now, this week, the reporter Roger Sollenberger found that this 13-year-old was interviewed at least 4 times by the FBI. And those more in-depth interviews, case number 3501.045, for those of you already emailing myself to defend your president, had mysteriously gone entirely missing from the documents released by Patel and Bondi. In other words, case number 3501.045, where this girl was interviewed at least 4 times by the FBI, all the more in-depth interviews have been scrubbed. Now, this story made a headline on the paleo-reactionary Zionist news site, The Drudge Report, among others. This mirrors the period immediately before Nixon resigned, when right-wing sites and elected Republicans stopped publicly defending him. Nixon fell when institutional America, which is always, unfortunately, conservative America, and the Rousseau collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party stopped speaking out in Nixon's defense. It wasn't just the break-in or the hush money Nixon paid the burglars that broke the dam. It was when the elite Red Republican consensus turned on him. Late in the evening on August 7th of 1974, 3 Republican leaders, Barry Goldwater, Hugh Scott, and John Rhodes, walked over to the White House and told President Nixon that the evidence against him had accumulated beyond spin, loyalty, and even partisan defense. The center of gravity had shifted, and 12 days later, within 48 hours, Nixon was gone. I'm not suggesting Trump is losing his presidency this week or the next. After all, Watergate took over 12 years, and Nixon didn't have Fox News, which is anything but, nor 1,500 right-wing radio stations, nor Vladimir Putin and Elon Musk churning all available social media on Nixon's behalf. Trump has a much more powerful firewall than Nixon ever dreamed of. It will sustain him for months or even another year. And as president, yes, go on, honey. Yeah.
I was cognizant of all that as a kid.
Yeah.
Followed all of it because we had a black and white TV and 2 daily newspapers, and it was quite the sensation of the day. Everything you said about Nixon.
Yes, and well,
yeah, thank you. It takes me back.
Well, history does repeat itself. History not only repeats itself, it must repeat itself. So that's
well, this has been a wild ride, and I'm gonna go over to YouTube.
Okay.
And move about. So I'll see you next time. Thank you all.
Well, bless you. We love you, honey. Take care.
Love you too.
Okay.
Bye.
Now, Trump as president has a lot of tools at his disposal to keep changing the subject, which is where these revelations about Trump could become world-changing if he becomes sufficiently desperate. A war with Iran appears to be his latest gambit. During Watergate, Nixon's aides developed what they called a modified limited hangout, a strategy not of disapproving the scandal, but of suffocating it in the media by overwhelming the public with competing announcements, threats, events, and crises. Nonetheless, while Americans will tolerate misconduct, abuse of office, to escape accountability, is an entirely different animal. And evidence of child rape is much bigger, well, a much bigger deal, than breaking into the Democratic National Committee. Nixon didn't even participate. He just gave the orders and supervised the cover-up. Trump, on the other hand, is by all available evidence right in the middle of Epstein's operation, to the point of including his teen modeling agency and Miss Teen USA pageant. It's a cliche that the cover-up is worse than the crime, but they keep doing it. And now it's metastasizing beyond Epstein. Bondi and Patel insist that the Epstein investigation is closed. Kristi Noem and Kash Patel refused to give Minnesota police evidence in the murders of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. ICE defies over 4,400 court orders and refuses members of Congress or the press entrance to its brutal concentration camps. Trump goes after the FBI agents who uncovered Putin's efforts to make him president in 2016. Trump and his family make $4 billion off his presidency in less than a year. Trump himself, Trump sucks up to Putin so deep that the head of Putin's micropenis emerges out of his saggy, flabby orange ass. Trump's level of criminality and corruption exceeds Nixon's by orders of magnitude. The cover-ups were why Nixon's Attorney General John Mitchell went to prison, as did his Chief of Staff H.R. Hadelman, and his Assistant for Domestic Affairs John Ehrlichman, his Special Counsel Charles Colson, and his White House Counsel John Dean, who's since been a frequent guest on radio and TV programs. That has to be waking Pam Bondi and others around Trump up at night. And it should be giving pause to every elected Republican facing the November midterms. Every Watergate moment looks impossible, right up until the hour it becometh inevitable. And when that hour arrives, it never feels sudden to those who carefully read history as myself, only to the people who insisted, until the very end, that it could never happen here. Now, let's check into what our man Brendan has to say. He's been sending me a number of links and GIFs. Okay, so here we are. Well, there we go. Now I like that. Yes, these are nice. And of course, he's always welcome to speak verbally. No, that's especially good one. I like that. Yes, and okay, now this one. Let's see this link here. Here we are. Oh, poor guy. Yes. Yes. Well, that's like, just sad. It's just sad. It's, yeah.
Yes, New Year's greetings.
Yes,
Good
New
evening.
Year's greetings.
Yes.
Explain to everybody why it's so dire that the eclipse falls exactly on the days of the Chinese Lunar New Year to transition us into the Year of the Fire Horse.
Yeah, well, eclipses are related to the lunar nodes in the Vedic system, and those are very unpredictable energies. So when you compound, when you add it to a new year, like an initiation plus unpredictability, that's like the scariest thing for humans, right?
Oh, yeah.
Starting something new without knowing the result is probably the least auspicious thing for humans, right? Especially if you're in a survival, like if you're planting crops and your new year falls on this eclipse, you're going to be worried if your whole world is, tied to the predictability of your crops growing. So if you just put it in simple terms, that's what's happening on the, the worldwide scale. So there you go. And then on top of that, all the major religions had basically during this week had some sort of event, and they all coincided with this eclipse corridor, which typically doesn't happen. Hasn't happened in years. And I think for Lent, Ramadan, and Chinese New Year to coincide, it's not going to happen again for another like 160 years or something like this.
Yeah. So Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so it's a very big event. A lot of these astrological convergences haven't happened in probably 5,000 years. So it's all building and, pointing the way to a flip or a transfer to the new age that's coming, which we already knew that, but it's becoming more visible, But the eclipse that happened, the solar eclipse that happened recently, was in a sign that works behind the scenes. It's an Aquarian kind of sign, so it works behind the scenes. So we didn't see the results of it as yet. And sometimes eclipses can take up to 6 months. But this next eclipse is going to be in a sign of, on the cusp of Leo, Virgo. And that will be very visible.
Wow.
And it's already like affecting the British monarchy. So you can imagine like what else it's going to do.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah.
Thank you. No, it's that's just for starters, and if that's the
it's
appetizer,
like an appetizer.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
We haven't even made it to the main course. Exactly.
Yes. Oh my God.
And already, like Mexico, the strikes on Mexico from inside. I mean, it's basically a civil war. They shut down the airport. They destroyed tourist zones. Like Sammy said, that's one of their best revenues.
Revenue generators.
Tourism.
Yes.
Yeah. So they're pretty much cooked for the next year because people are going to be wary to travel, because there were people posting online crying, saying, "I'm stuck in whatever Puerto Vallarta. I'm stuck. Please help."
Man.
And they're like seeing drones blow up the airport, like people making TikToks inside of the airport. So I think it's going to hit their travel, their tourist industry very hard, as Sammy was saying.
Right. Oh my God. That's so sad. And so what else is on your mind that we need to be paying attention to?
I mean, I sent whatever I had, You can see what's on my mind. I mean, it's not nothing public oriented. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, obviously, whatever you sent, I'll keep. Yeah. Well, I see what's on your mind. Yes. Get your mind out of the gutter. Yeah. But
yeah. Coming from you, that's nothing. But yeah. At least there. I mean, you saw the Eastern Euro girl. But anyways, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, we'll speak of that later. Yes.
You could tell by the curtains or whatever she's sitting on. But
yes.
Like, anyways, but the latest, apparently people were listening, they were like eavesdropping, like the cops that were eavesdropping on the, the bobbies that picked up, what's his name? What's that slimy?
Randy.
Andrew.
Andy. Yeah.
Andrew, they said he was screaming, "I'm the Queen's son."
Yes.
The Queen's son. And they were like trying to tell him she's dead. She's dead.
Oh man.
Idiot.
Oh
man. Yeah.
That
So
poor son of a bitch.
Obviously he's blinded by privilege and probably some kind of genetic deficiencies from the inbreeding.
Yes.
But I don't feel bad for him. It's just,
well, you can't. I mean, it's
it's just like those weaknesses come out over time, and the Queen
indulged him.
So,
she indulged him.
Fostered it.
Yeah.
So there you go. Then that's where we're at. He was just played like a fiddle by the a certain group of people from a certain land that are great people otherwise. Just sometimes they have these bad apples.
Oh man, it's
Yeah.
well, yeah, it's
Like, yeah, we'll leave that backstory away, like
yeah.
what Sabbateans are and what these people are. Yeah, they're not the mainstream of those people. But anyways,
Oh man. And again, I went all out and I spoke about the situation in the Gaza and I spoke against the genocide and I got my channel disabled. So everybody, make certain to review that episode in which that took place. Again, we'll look that up
yeah,
for
well,
you. Yeah,
I mean, the whole world's gonna be
yeah,
Gazified, so don't hold your breath. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not saying abandon them, but it's just kind of like, what can you do? We're gonna be in a soup where it's we can't help them.
Well, I noticed that you have a fatalist attitude, which is actually very Levantine. The Levantine people say that all the time, as do the Slavic people. They all have this, well, Orthodox Christian background, which I guess generates this sense of hopelessness. You know, what can you do? What can you do? That's what they say. The Slavs and the
Well, hey,
Levantines, they all say the same
I'm
thing.
being very candid. What is it? Not candid. I'm being very cautious because if I were to tell you what my grandpa would say, we would get kicked off like in
Of
seconds.
course. Yeah, but everybody who wants to hear what I said about the genocide in the Gaza, make certain to review and upvote the Olympiad episode, which is dated Sunday, the 8th of February. So Sunday, February 8th, make certain to, that's the first episode in which they disabled my commentary for speaking out against the Gaza genocide in no uncertain terms. So everybody upvote that and review it. And the episode thereafter as well. That's important. And of course, all the episodes after that. It's your listening to these episodes is more important than ever. And upvote them, of course. And thank you for all of those of you who have. Now, I do want to say that I really didn't do justice because the last time I was on, I still haven't gotten much sleep and it took a while to recover my voice tonight. But, you know, I'll probably end around midnight again. We'll try and last till midnight Pacific time, which will be like 3 in the morning if you're on the East Coast. We'll try and last till midnight tonight. But, you know, honestly, I just want people to know that one of the things I did before last episode was, well, we reviewed Wuthering Heights with the Blood Boys. And I really didn't say much about it other than to get into muttering about what wuthering means. But tonight, I really want to go there. Just for a little bit, I want people to indulge me. Give me this bitch fest. Because honestly, the movie was really the responsibility of the English teacher at the Estates towards the Blood Boys. And of course, she introduced them to the book, the literature. And she did a far better job, of course, than I ever could. That's not my responsibility. But when we reviewed the film, well, I was asked to join in the review along with the English teacher. And she really brought to my attention a lot of things that I had never noticed. So I do want to share some of those with you. Basically, Emerald Fennel, she tries and fails to provoke. Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights is a million times edgier than Emerald Fennel's. And for all its provocations, the film has more in common with the Nicholas Sparks book. For those of you who don't know, that's a literary insult. Now, you come into a movie based on Wuthering Heights with certain expectations. And Emerald Fennel has been clear that she considers...
I went to the same school as that guy.
There you go. Did you really? Did you really?
Yeah.
That's incredible. That's so
He was
fucking funny.
He was the patron of my high school. Yeah.
Oh my god.
But he would send fat checks after he got famous. Yeah.
Oh
They
man.
named the track after him. Yeah. They named the track after him.
Damn, that's fucking funny.
Yeah.
Damn, that's fucking funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like...
Because that stupid movie got famous around that time too. The Notebook and these ones. I think that was him, right?
Yeah, yeah. You got it. Yes. Oh man, that's funny as fuck. What a dip.
Which was such a goofy premise. Like, it's, like the twist at the end. I don't think we should spoil it. Let people suffer through it.
Yeah.
like the sappiest, most lame. Like,
Oh,
anyways.
there you go. And people eat that shit up. You know, he produces bestsellers.
Oh yeah, they loved it. Yeah, they
Yeah,
loved it. Yeah.
it's why you can't have faith in the common man. Look at what he reads. At any rate, Emerald Fennell has been clear that she considers her Wuthering Heights, pointed quote marks and all, to be a fantasia, not a straight adaptation of Emily Bronte's 1847 novel. And in a recent interview, she said, it could only ever be an attempt to take a tiny
I mean,
piece of the book.
is this like the producer or like the director or something?
Yeah, she's the person who did it all. She's like the director, producer, essentially the writer of the film. And she had total control of the creative process. So it's her film, you know, really is. So I can blame her.
Some like arch feminist, I'm assuming.
Yeah, no. That's an insult to feminism.
Well, I'm saying fourth wave, like gen.
Yeah,
fem.
it's some shit like that. Yeah,
I have to qualify it because then I'll get attacked.
Yeah, well, she considers herself edgy, but she's not. Anyhow, so I can understand what she said. She said, it could only ever be an attempt to take a tiny piece of the book and make sense of it. Well, still, as a matter of basic fact,
that's all her peanut brain could comprehend.
Yeah. Well,
it's not even that big of a book. What I remember.
Understood, but nevertheless, it's.
I mean, it's big. It's a big novel, but it's not like.
It's
like
not like War and Peace.
Or something.
It's not like War and Peace.
Yeah.
But it's still. It's
is that the one? Is that the one from? What's his name? Not Trotsky, but the other guy.
No. Dostoevsky.
Dostoevsky.
Yeah.
That's okay. That was War and Peace. Yeah.
Any rate.
What about the guy that died in Mexico? What book did he write? I forgot his name right for some reason.
What are you talking about? Trotsky or the guy who wrote the Devil's Dictionary? The individual who was the crusty old American who went down to Mexico and disappeared.
I'll
Ambrose Bierce. Ambrose Bierce.
Oh, maybe. But anyways, carry on with what you're saying, and I'll if I find it, I'll let you know.
Yeah. Now, as a matter of basic fact, Wuthering Heights is a story of passionate, obsessive love between two monstrous sadists.
Tolstoy. That's what I was thinking. Tolstoy.
Yeah. Well.
Leon Tolstoy.
Yeah. There you go.
So that he were at War and Peace. Okay, got it.
Yeah, there you go. Something like that. I mean, who cares? The Russian authors are unreadable. That's like, you know what they say about hell. Hell is where they in Euro hell, all the races have their assigned stereotype in the worst possible manner. All the lovers are Swiss, all the chefs are British, all the mechanics are French, all the police are German. All the comedians are Romanian. All the authors are Russian. All the directors are Norwegian. It's.
What about the Dutch and the Danes and shit?
It's like some of them don't even show up simply because you can't think of what is it that they do that's good, let alone bad. But at any rate, for instance, I never heard anyone fit the Spaniards into that Euro hell, because what are they going to do? They'll be running the Inquisition part of it. And of course, everything is managed by the Poles. They always emphasize that. And then, of course, everything in hell is managed by the Poles.
Here's one of these iterations. The hell is where the police are German, the chefs are British, the mechanics are French, the lovers are Swiss, and everything's organized by Italians.
No, the Italians run the trains. That's it. The Italians run the trains. And so at any rate,
the chefs are British. Yeah.
So as I was saying, as at the bottom of it all, Wuthering Heights is this story of passionate, obsessive, toxic love between two monstrous sadists. And Fennell's version of the story is so very showy about how sexy and dark it plans to be. So you would think that the tiny piece of the story she's trying to make sense of would be the part about the sexy sociopaths in love, right? Well, Fennell's film opens with the sounds of a body writhing in what the audience at first believes to be sex, but soon learns, we learned that it's actually death throes. It's ostentatiously perverse production design. is filled with rooms,
Yeah, what's
wallpaper.
with these?
Yeah.
Like, sorry, I
Yeah,
kind of
no
go on a
worries.
tangent, but it's not.
Yeah,
It's like,
go on.
what's with all these late, like 2025, 26 shows
Yeah.
with these like depraved, just disgusting entrances for shock value?
Thank
What
you.
is like, has the social media is like jellified people's frontal lobes where like they need something like that for them to be interested?
Thank you.
Like, I don't know if you heard the latest stunt with the Game of Thrones trip.
Yeah, I can imagine. I don't know.
I mean, it's so
tell me.
disgusting. It's so disgusting.
What did they do?
It was like the latest Game of Thrones iteration. They basically it was the same thing. It was like the first episode, the first few seconds of the first episode or some shit. Like the dude comes out of the tent, you know, some old guy who they're trying to set up the story. So the story's about him, but it shows him when he's old.
Yeah.
He gets out of bed with some chick, and then it shows his schlong, and it's like a ridiculously prosthetic schlong, like it's like 10 inches freaking just, it's like something so absurd and disgusting that, and then they did it deliberately, then everyone's talking about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, did you see that? You know, did you see? So it's like, do they really have to go to these lows just to get people to watch this shit? I mean, it's so goofy, so boring. Like, there's no storytelling. It's just straight up like, yeah, oh, something crazy happened in the first 5 seconds, so you gotta, you know, maybe watch it, you know, keep watching.
There you go.
It'll happen again. Like
lowest common denominator.
Yeah,
lowest
LCD. Yeah, LCD.
Yeah,
seriously,
LCD.
lowest common denominator.
Yes.
So is that what we have to look forward to? It's like fucking lame, dude.
Well, hopefully not for long. I mean, you know, like you said, big changes are coming, and hopefully a change in aesthetic. But you know, it'll take a massive dislocation first, right? Right now, this is a symptom of it. It's a symptom of it. It's not even that Brandon Zogan.
Like, what would you even call it?
Yeah,
like, is it gimmick farming? Like, it's just it's bad.
It's not even that Brendan Zogan and I are standing on any moral high ground either. It's just like this is just on.
I think my entrance would be much better, you know, much more eloquent.
But let's put it this way: we would like to think that we could produce some build up at least. But yeah, no, they open up with just sleaze. It's just like you know, lurid. It's bring them in. It's like a, you know, like a Pulp Fiction book cover. You know, it's like that. Well, that gets them to turn the page. You know, they stay there. Oh, I'm sticking here for this. Yeah, and well, anyhow, so that's how it opens. Fennel's Wuthering Heights opens with a death scene that you confuse with the sex scene. It's got all this production behind it. These wallpaper, these entire rooms wallpapered with flesh-colored leather, replete with veins and moles. I mean, it's like a fucking horror film. I mean, long, lingering close-ups of moist slug trails, like to emphasize like sperm, kind of like, look, the skin, the flesh has been sperm trailed. It's like that. That you know, I wouldn't have seen this without the Blood Boys pointing it out, but once you see it, you can never unsee it. Just characters outfitted in full red latex skirts or transparent cellophane drapery. It's a film that palpably wants to be thought of as kinky, a storytelling mode that should mesh nicely with Bronte's bleak, merciless world. I mean, Bronte.
There's nothing sexy about that. Those girls, no offense.
Yeah, well, Bronte punishes her readers for even liking her characters. Its most charismatic and compelling characters, the doomed lovers, Heathcliff and Catherine, are also 12 of the novel's greatest monsters. Feral and violent, Bronte's Heathcliff and Catherine, they ruin lives. They inflict wanton amounts of pain for the sheer sport of it all, but they also love each other overwhelmingly, ferociously, enough to tear down the world all around each other. So reading about them, it's both difficult to wish them well and impossible not to feel that they really should be together. And that contradiction is what creates the tension that powers the reader through Bronte's brutal, bleak book with all its misery and squalor, and yet, puzzlingly, Fennel chooses to delete this source of tension from her version of the story completely. So anyhow, what's Brendan sent to me? What? Oh, oh God! Read that aloud, Brendan. Read that aloud,
No,
please.
you should.
No,
Please.
please.
I insist. No, I
Okay.
insist.
Very proud to have forged Sir Arlen Pennytree's formidable weapon for the opening moments of this episode, prosthetics designer Waldo Mason revealed on Instagram, answering the onslaught of inquiries with behind-the-scenes photos and a detailed breakdown. We were asked to create a 10-inch prosthetic penis for the fantastic Danny Webb to wear naked. Brilliant. Yeah, brill, mate, brill. That's
that's what we've been lowered to.
Yeah,
they got rid of the dragons. They got rid of the sword fights. They got rid of everything, and then just left this.
We get rubber dicks. We get rubber dicks.
Depravity. Yeah. Disgusting. Like, why even make a show? Why even make a show at that point? Why even make Wuthering Heights if it's like this? You know, like, where you have to like decode, you know, what the fuck is going on. This doesn't sound fun. Why do people even watch these things?
Well, because we don't really have a choice. It's what they throw out to us, and this is what we get. I mean, it's sadly, honestly, it's you know. But then again, hey, at least it's fun to tear apart. You know, it is fun to piss and shit on it, but it's no fun watching. I'll tell you that. It's no fun watching it. Believe me, it would be like when we were young. We used to love watching. Well, I don't know if you remember them. You remember Gene Siskel and Roger Ebert and Gene Siskel? Do you remember those guys at the movies? Or you were too young for that?
I remember Robert, the second phase, Robert and Ebert.
Yeah, Robert and Ebert. Okay, so you missed,
whatever his name was.
You missed it in the golden age when the skinny guy and the fat guy. You missed the skinny guy and the fat guy when they were.
No, I saw them like towards just when I was very young.
While he was dying, while he was wasting away, poor son of a bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, they both wasted away. I mean, well, you know, they didn't lead healthy lives. That's for fucking sure. But at any rate, but they epitomized kind of like, you know, what we're just shadowing right now. We're just a pale shadow of that. But those poor bastards had to suffer through kung fu films, all kinds of chopsocky, just crap. They just had to watch crap, and then tear it apart on air, which everybody loved watching. But these guys had to sit through it. No wonder they lived such unhealthy lives. They looked sick. They always
killed them. It killed them.
Yes.
Just being exposed to that. It's like radiation.
Yes.
Like, imagine having to watch every movie that comes out. I mean, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
It ain't worth the pay.
Oh, it's hell. It's hell. Oh, okay. So, much of Mexico in chaos after army kills leader of powerful cartel. There we are. Well, there you go.
Yeah, so the whole country is rent at this point.
Yes.
Unfortunate.
For the moment at least. And it's of course, let me how do we say, just prayer hands for that. And now, in terms of Fennel's butchering of Bronte, her, Catherine, and Heathcliff are beautiful, blameless horn dogs, to the point that they resemble the personality-free characters in Nicholas Sparks films, beset by tragedies for which they have absolutely no responsibility. Fennel just neuters her monsters, and that is the one fault from which her Wuthering Heights can never recover. Heathcliff and Catherine do not begin their lives as villains. In Bronte's novel, they're first neglected children. Catherine is the spoiled daughter of a wealthy, isolated family on the English moors, and Heathcliff is racially ambiguous. He is a foundling that her father brings home from a visit to the city. And at first, this pair lives as a brother and sister. They're educated together, and after their lessons, they run across the moors like animals, considering the after punishment to be a mere thing to laugh at. But after Catherine's father dies, and her brother Hindley takes over the house, he jealously demotes Heathcliff from fellow brother to a servant, leaving him uneducated and impoverished. Now, Bronte had a lot more stories to tell. Emily Bronte died of tuberculosis at 30 years of age. She left behind only Wuthering Heights and all her poetry. but scholars have long been haunted by the probability that she was working on a second novel when she died. In a letter sent shortly before her death, Bronte's publisher wrote that he shall have great pleasure in making arrangements for your second novel, and that Bronte's quite right not to let it go before the world until, well, satisfied with it. Now, the logic goes that if Bronte was corresponding with her publisher about a second book, she must have been well into it. So what happened to this mysterious manuscript? No trace of that novel has ever been found. Now, the persistent, never confirmed rumor is that Bronte's sister, Charlotte, of Jane Eyre fame, destroyed that manuscript to protect Emily's reputation. Victorian readers were so shocked enough by the bleakness of Wuthering Heights that whatever was in that second book must have been even more brutal, so much more so that it probably would have wound up with the Bronte sisters being excoriated from society completely. Now, that shows us that the tragedy of the original novel, well, that all unspools in the film from the first act of abuse. In fact, it unspools in the novel as well. When Catherine comes of age as a member of genteel society, she decides that although she loves Heathcliff, she cannot marry him because he is socially below her. Instead, she marries a rich but weak man whom she can dominate and control. At the same time, she covers up her intense and passionate nature, ensuring her fits of rage only ever happen at strategically chosen moments. Heathcliff, heartbroken, disappears for 3 years and then returns, mysteriously rich, polished, determined to exact his revenge. He drives Hindley into an alcoholic depression that eventually leads to his death, and then takes custody of Hindley's house and child and sets about degrading each as vividly as possible. He marries Catherine's sister-in-law and abuses both her and their child. A mere 100 pages into the novel, he's become so sadistic that he's strangling a puppy with a handkerchief. Now, Catherine, in her turn, she's violent with her
Literally?
servants. Yeah, yes.
Jesus.
Yeah, you can imagine by the time she got to the second novel, it was probably pornography. At any rate, Catherine, in turn, she's violent.
Yeah, I guess drinking all that body cadaver water fucked it
Yes,
up.
that's right. What Brendan is referring to is that the Bronte sisters all died early because they were drinking the runoff water from the local cemetery that was polluting their well water with all of the toxins from the decaying bodies and all of their leaking embalming fluids. So yeah, that shit's lethal. We know what it did to, well, Michael Aquino, who was a thanatophage. And eating cadavers, yeah, believe me, it's not good for the intestinal tract. That's how he got the intestinal cancer. Well, at any rate, Heathcliff in the novel's heartbroken. He, well, by the time that Catherine, she's violent with her servants, her husband, her sister-in-law, whenever she feels she can get away with it. And so she eggs Heathcliff on, delighting in his rages. She says, he's more myself than I am, meaning, among other things, that all the monstrous urges Catherine must hide and sublimate in herself, Heathcliff is free to enact. And after Catherine dies, Heathcliff goes to great lengths to draw her daughter into his clutches, where he can rage at her. By the time Catherine and Heathcliff are adults, they're so palpably awful that it's difficult to care for them at all. But Bronte dares you to keep reading, lavishing her most beautiful prose on these wretched, miserable people. As she resolves not to marry him, Catherine says of Heathcliff, whatever souls are made of, his and mine are the same. And after she dies, Heathcliff cries out to Catherine's ghost, be with me always! Take any form! Drive me mad! Now, there's such vitality to their characters that the story goes flat on the page whenever they're not there, terrorizing everyone around them. they are the reason the world of Wuthering Heights is so awful and oppressive, and the contradiction between their passion and their cruelty is what makes the book dynamic and unforgettable. Without that tension, it would never have remained beloved or relevant for as long as it has. Now, in Emerald Fennell's Wuthering Heights, the great monster is not Heathcliff or Catherine or even Catherine's brother Hindley, which Fennell chose to combine Hindley with Catherine's father in. Well, that was perfectly reasonable. There's only so much you can do in a film, so you've got to consolidate some characters. But the villain, the villainess in Emerald Fennell's Wuthering Heights is Catherine's Chinese maid, Nellie, who's not Chinese in the novel. Remember, it's Heathcliff that is racially ambiguous. They don't know what he is, but she makes him perfectly white in the film. But the villainess in the film, she ethnicizes. Now, the maid Nellie in Bronte's novel, Nellie Dean, she's one of the central narrators. She
Made her
grows up-
Chinese.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, say it again. What was that?
It says she made her Chinese.
She made
It's
her
like-
Chinese. Believe that shit?
Oh man.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
yeah.
It must be a jab at you or something.
No shit. No shit. What the fuck? What the fuck? They de-ethnicize Heathcliff, who's supposed to be like Blasian, black Asian in the novel, for all we know, because they keep saying, he looks Asian. No, he looks black. In the novel, he's racially ambiguous. We only know he's not white. But
Yeah.
she makes him white in the film. But she makes the maid, the villainess, as she's rendered in the film, she makes her Chinese. Just
Says he's likened to a gypsy. Indian, Chinese, American, or Spanish.
there you go. Yeah. And
Black haired, black eyed, dark skinned.
Yeah.
It says coupled with Liverpool's involvement in the Atlantic slave trade, Heathcliff could have been of African descent.
There you see, Blasian, black Asian. Like I said,
Yeah.
he's got all the angles covered. And
Right. There you go.
yeah, he's a
So
genetic-
literally in the
yeah.
book it says a dark skinned gypsy. There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah, and
And somehow he becomes the quote unquote not a hero, but the anti-hero somehow. How does that work?
it's just somehow he gets rich, gets educated. He does it all himself, and comes back to just fuck everybody over.
Right, yeah. Yeah. Cool, what a nice guy. Yeah.
Oh, well, it's like, dude, if you succeed that much, well, you can see why he does
Oh,
it.
it says so she also referred to him as a lascar, which is a term for a South Asian laborer. There you go.
There you have it. Yeah.
He was definitely something, all right.
Yeah, but yeah, go on. Yeah. He's definitely
That wasn't white. Yeah.
Yeah, it just wasn't white. Yeah, thank you. But they made him white in the film. They made him white. But now you see in Bronte's novel, Nellie Dean is one of the central narrators. She grows up with Catherine and Heathcliff. She works as a maid in Catherine's house after her marriage, with a close view of all the horrors that are enacted there. We learn that Catherine and Heathcliff, we learn their tale because Nellie is recounting it to Heathcliff's new tenant, so that the whole novel becomes one story nested inside another in a sort of Matryoshka doll of trauma. Now, Nellie the maid is tartly sensible, with little tolerance for her employer's dramatics, ostensibly one of the few sympathetic characters in the novel containing, well, no one else of any sympathy. Charlotte Bronte described her as a specimen of true benevolence and homely fidelity, but there's an ambiguity to her storytelling that's led some readers to consider her what's called an unreliable narrator, perhaps ultimately the villain of the whole piece. She keeps silent when she learns that Heathcliff has disastrously misheard Catherine, with the eventual consequence that he runs away, and she refuses to take Catherine's final illness seriously until it's too late for her to be saved. Would things have gotten so bad, as some readers have interpreted, if it weren't for Nellie? So Fennell signals early on that she follows that reading. She inserts a new scene in which Catherine's eventual husband, Edgar Linton, listens to Isabella Linton, which in Bronte's story, Linton's sister. In Fennell's story, she's his ward. they explain the plot of Romeo and Juliet. And before going on to argue that all the needless death and bloodshed of Romeo and Juliet could have been avoided if only Juliet's nurse had been more responsible, Isabella declares, "I don't really like the nurse." Now, drawing parallels between Juliet's nurse and Catherine's maid, Fennel comes down hard on Nellie over the course of the film.
Like,
Yeah,
in the Shakespeare play, it's like they really like screw over the nurse on that. Like both of the families came after her, poor thing.
Oh yeah, that's awful. That is, yeah, and do you feel it was justified, or is that just a tragedy that Shakespeare's trying
no. It was just part of the tragedy.
No. Yeah.
Or it just showed like the parents didn't want to take responsibility, so they blamed it on the nurse, or they're not like wet nurses anymore, but it's like the chick that was supposed to be raising the kid.
Yes.
Like Juliet.
Yes. Yes.
She's
Basically,
the one actually teaching her about life, and then she gets blamed for all the fucked up shit.
There you go.
By the end of it, yeah.
That's horrible. Oh, that's horrible. I mean, Jesus. These are like but then again, life is just as fucked. I mean, it's why these tales exist. Humanity's just fucked up. But anyhow, in the film, any mistake Nellie makes is recast as mean-spirited and a deliberate act of vengeance on people who are, well, basically hotter and more interesting than she is. And they are also, in Fennel's version of the story, whiter than Nellie. Heathcliff's racial ambiguity is completely erased, while Nellie becomes a woman of color in this strangely nasty bit of brazenly racist recasting. It doesn't make any fucking sense without being interpreted as completely racist. It's inexcusable. And at the end of the film, Edgar Linton declares the maid a torturer and condemns her for the rage hiding within her. The whole thing is oddly reminiscent of Fennel's vapid movie titled Saltburn, in which the rich and beautiful are revealed at the end to be virtuous and correct, while the poor are scheming social climbers. Fennel has this fondness for being known for subversion, but somehow she always seems to end up subverting her way to the most conservative position possible. She's Ayn Randian. It's basically Ayn Randian propaganda. And racist. Which,
right.
Yeah, it's Ayn Randian, except it's racist.
Right, as if it needed any more flavor,
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. No, it's absolutely possible to come to the conclusion that Nellie is unreliable or even villainous within a good faith reading of Bronte's novel. One potential consequence of such a reading that's congruent with the emotional tone of the novel might be to remove the comfort of a fully likable character from this harsh, bleak landscape and to allow ourselves to experience the horror of a world in which everyone is ruthless and wicked, out for themselves. Fennel instead abuses it as an excuse to reveal that Catherine and Heathcliff bear no fault at all for what befalls them, and that all of the tragedy was a result of Nellie's, the Chinese bitches meddling, a sort of Joker apologia for them. If it were already Batman canon that Joker was pretty sexy and glamorous and had a tragic backstory. That's the first thing that came to my mind. I don't know why.
They did that, but they made it Harley Quinn. But yeah.
Yes, thank you. I mean, which I keep thinking of. Basically, I'm sorry, Harley Quinn is Joker's daughter. Okay, I mean she's that fucking young. Yeah, Joker's been around for fucking ever, so she's basically his daughter. I'm sorry, it's like, which is perfectly reasonable.
But they had to screw it up.
Yeah, they had to screw it up. But you know what? If the Joker is that insane and he's that sick and he's psychotic, why not have her be his daughter? An incestuous relationship at that point makes sense.
Pretty much.
Thank you. Anyhow, when you're watching Wuthering Heights like I suffered through, there's no point at which you're asked to sit with the discomfort of finding a monster more interesting and lively than their prey. At no point are you asked to look at something well, at someone doing something terrible and remember that they used to be a child who was treated badly. Bronte's Kathy beats her servants, beats her husband, beats her horses. She flies into uncontrollable rages and plots to destroy her enemies. But Fennel's Kathy offers the occasional mean girl put down. It's a teen sex story that ends halfway through the book. I'm sorry. It's like, Bronte's Heathcliff. He slowly and systematically bankrupts his abuser and then ruins the man's son. Fennel's Heathcliff kindly cares for his adopted father in his broken old age. Why did we need to see that? No one needs to see that. You don't get anything out of that. Bronte's Heathcliff tortures the feckless Isabella's puppy, then seduces her and abuses her and the child. Fennel's Heathcliff mostly stares in confusion while Isabella writhes in pleasure on the end of a dog's leash, having not only enthusiastically consented
Oh
to
God,
such
they
treatment.
went there.
Yes!
They went there.
Yes!
Jesus.
She didn't only consent to that treatment, she instigates it in the film. It's basically like, at any rate, and it's for no reason.
And this isn't kink shaming. This isn't kink shaming. It's just stupid.
Yeah. There's no reason for it. It's just for gratification. It's purely gratuitous. Oh, at any rate, the audience. The only thing you can draw at that point is that Isabella is an oversexed weirdo who will do whatever she wants with the reserved, pliant Heathcliff. I mean, it's just. I'm sorry. It's not what we came to the film for. Phantoms and investigate. Okay, so what's this? Let's take a look at this. Phantoms and monsters. Winged humanoid sightings surge in Pasco County, Florida, near Zephyr Hills and US 301. All right.
Yeah, apparently there's some kind of cryptid Mothman down there now.
Yeah, well, Mothman was less humanoid. He was more monstrous.
Well, this one's a winged humanoid. Near Zephyrilus, in the dark rural stretches of the 301.
Wow.
It's strikingly similar to the Chicago winged humanoid that was documented for multiple years.
Yeah.
It makes this cluster stand out with its consistency in reporting, structure, body, wingspan, behavior, as well as presence of deer carcasses along the highway.
Yeah.
There you go.
I love it. Yeah, that's it. They're eaten.
Yeah. So the first time it was seen was in 2017. It says this guy was saying a dark mass suspended in midair. As he approached, it resembled a humanoid in cannonball position with it tightly curled and motionless. It extended its human-like legs and unfurled massive bat-like wings. Was dark in color, 5 to 6 feet tall, extremely thin. But before the driver could process what he was seeing, the creature accelerated towards his truck at what he described as jet fighter speeds. These movements were so fast and unnatural that it caused him to lose control and crash into a ditch. He never got a clear look of the creature, which of course always happens.
Yeah, but still, I mean.
But it says half a mile before the sighting, he passed 2 piles of deer carcasses along the roadside.
All right.
At least 4 deer in each group. Damn, this thing is pretty high level shit.
Yeah. Damn. Well, it's like, what do you expect? They're coming for Trump, hopefully.
Right.
Hopefully they drag him down.
Well, they got that guy at Mar-a-Lago. Did you hear about that?
Yes.
That crazy.
Yes, some poor dumb son of a bitch showed up with a shotgun and a can of paint or some shit. Fuel can or something. On a day he wasn't even there. On a day Trump wasn't even there, and they blew his ass away. It's like
what a waste of time.
Yeah, just a suicide if anything else. Yeah. Well, anyhow, we just to wrap up about
it's bad when the fucking winged demon creature is more, it's a safer topic than Wuthering Heights.
Yeah. Well, to wrap up Wuthering Heights, obviously no adaptation needs to be absolutely faithful. In fact, it's impossible for any adaptation to be faithful to the source text in order to be good.
I mean,
but
Yeah.
it has to do something. And it has to have an energy, a source of tension, a reason to exist. But having excised the tension at the core of Bronte's novel from her film, Fennell replaces it with absolutely nothing. Instead, you're asked to watch beautiful people engage in mild BDSM play upon the beautiful moors and then die through no fault of their own. I mean, what the fuck was that? After all that gleefully perverse production design, it made promises, and she followed through on absolutely none of them. So her Wuthering Heights reached no heights at all. And as culture reflects society...
Yeah, Wuthering Lows. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I love it. All intellectualization aside, the immediate practical impact of Amero-populism is that following 4 years of war in Europe, the Communist Chinese Empire will capitalize on the American imperial shift even as Russia's economy has entered the death zone, which is why the Kremlin has more than welcomed the change of tone outlined in the new United States strategy paper, as manifest in the MAGA war on European democracy itself. Trump's MAGA security leaves Europe adrift because MAGA fears Europe. To reiterate, in Europe, consider Vladimir Putin's forever war in the Ukraine, 4 years on. Russia's tyrannical dictator is caught in a vice of his own making. He cannot win the war, but he fears its conclusion. It is looking less and less likely that President Donald Trump will ever force Ukraine to cede territory. Now that America has cut off all financial support, its leverage over Ukraine has peaked. Any peace plan would therefore be unlikely to satisfy Russia, because it would not grant Mr. Putin the territory he needs to declare victory. Peace would also trigger a crisis within Russia itself. Mr. Putin would have to deal with disgruntled veterans, an ailing economy, and questions about his catastrophic campaign. He cannot give up the war, but the cost of carrying on is rising every day. In that context, Russia's war in Ukraine began 4 years ago next week. 4 years ago next week. The conflict has redefined Europe's security and changed geopolitics, as accelerated by the United States President Donald Trump's ambition to reach every accommodation with Moscow. Now, the fate of Europe has recently turned into something of a Rorschach test. For the Trump maladministration and its allies, the continent, or rather the superpeninsular subcontinent, represents a bastion of liberal decadence in terminal decline. And yet for many Americans, Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europe, represents the world's last hope for steady and rules-based global leadership. Now, the United States Vice President J.D. Vance's diatribe against Europe that shocked officials at the Munich Security Conference in February has now become Washington's official policy. Europe has effectively been cut loose as an ally in the new United States national security strategy that's heavy on President Donald Trump's MAGA values and far warmer toward the motherless Russian Empire, itself asserting that the days of the American Empire, propping up the entire world order like Atlas, are over. Instead, there will be realignment through peace. That means disengaging from post-war security guarantees for Europe as the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire pursues its invasion against Ukraine. Now, elements of the strategy could be traced in Trump's expression of disappointment in Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's willingness to agree to American imperial terms for a peace deal with Russia. It draped a grim backdrop to the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's talks with Zelensky in London, along with the French and German leaders, on Monday opening the work week of December 8th, but yesteryear. The United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer then hosted the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in London to discuss American imperial proposals to end the war with a rogue expansionist Russian Empire. European leaders, including the French President Emmanuel Macron and the United German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, joined in those talks. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump said he was disappointed in Zelensky's handling of his American proposal to end the war. To Ben Hodges, a former top United States military commander, the strategy is about sphere of influence, effectively ceding Europe to Russia, and a massive middle finger to our European allies.
It's been since 2018. How long has this thing been going on?
2014, really, when the Russians first invaded Ukraine.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, the Americans obviously weren't going to help, even under the Dems. So sorry to say, you guys got to figure it out.
Yeah, it's so true. It's so true. No, it's true.
Like at this point, they've had 10 years.
But at least it's forcing Europe to fucking stand up. And thank God. But little wonder that the Kremlin welcomes the American imperial shift. When Elon Musk posted on X that the European Union should be abolished after it fined his own social media platform, what was it, 120 million euros, or about 140 million bucks, for breaching transparency rules on mine own late and sainted mother's birthday, as dated December 5th of yesteryear. The former
he's been real quiet since the French fucking put a warrant out for his ass.
Thank God. Thank you. Excellent point. Tell people about that.
Well, they raided his headquarters and smashed up his stupid ex office in Paris, because of all the shit it was generating.
You mean child porn? The child porn it was engendering.
Well, whatever you want to call it, the generated sketchy shit. That was obviously suspect, yeah.
At any rate, when Elon Musk declared on X that the European Union should be abolished, the former Russian president, Dmitry Medvedev, replied, "Exactly." Now, people tend to forget.
What a diplomat. What a diplomat. What a just eloquent speaker. The rhetoric. I love it. Yeah.
Remember, Russia itself blocked X after it invaded Ukraine in 2022.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not like he can operate there. They're not fighting him because he can't. There's nothing to find. It's firewalled. Yeah.
Now, top American imperial officials, they lined up to condemn the European Union. Secretary of State Marco Rubio called the fine on Elon Musk an attack on the American people by foreign governments. Believe that shit? Like, oh, really? Elon Musk represents the American people? I don't remember electing that son of a bitch.
He's not even American.
That's right. Thank you.
Piece of shit.
Yeah. Now, Europe-American tensions became even more evident during the Nobel Peace Prize celebrations in Oslo last year. The recipient, the Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, baggaged Xavier Milei of Argentina among a clutch of other Latin American dictators and American Republicans with her, turning it all into a MAGA circus. The American imperial strategy trumpets America's strengths, among them a broad network of alliances. Well, all of those alliances with Europe are now hanging by a thread. Specifically, the United States NSS, the National Security Strategy, published in December, singles out the failings of its European allies. Its text is brutal. It claims that Europe's economic decline is eclipsed by the real and more stark prospect of civilizational erasure. The larger issues facing Europe include activities of the European Union and other transnational bodies that undermine political liberty and sovereignty, migration policies that are transforming the continent and creating strife, censorship of free speech and suppression of political opposition, cratering birth rates, and loss of national identities and self-confidence. It also says that the United States will oppose elite-driven, anti-democratic restrictions on core liberties in Europe, the Anglosphere, and the rest of the democratic world, especially among our allies. In sum, quote, our goal should be to help Europe correct its current trajectory, unquote. Well, the main way in which the American Empire...
What trajectory?
They
Russia?
feel it's on the way down. The MAGA people, the MAGA tards, they feel, okay, I hearted that without looking at it. Let me look at that first before I decide what I'm hearting. Here we are. Missed funerals, blocked toilets, and blocked toilets. Iran deployment takes a toll on U.S. sailors. Oh, my God. Why the blocked toilets?
Because that shit doesn't work. Those old ass ships, they aren't maintained. It's just as bad as Russia.
Oh my God, it is. It is.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It says the decision to extend this for the second time the deployment of the USS Gerald R. Ford. Might as well be USSR at this point. It says is taking a toll on the ship and the sailors as well as their families, leaving them to consider leaving the Navy when they return to home. It's like, good luck. You guys sign your lives away, you idiots.
Yeah, that's like...
It's the largest warship, and it's been at sea since last June. Oh, shit. It says the Pentagon rerouted the ship from its Mediterranean mission to the Caribbean to support oil tanker seizures, and thereby... the crew got word that their deployment would be extended again across the Atlantic back to the Middle East. Oh, shit. Overtaxed crews can be a problem beyond just the Ford. There you go.
Damn.
One sailor missed. I mean, this is kind of... I don't want to talk shit on the person, but it says one sailor missed the death of his great-grandfather. It's like, dude... He had his innings. He didn't need to be there for it.
Yeah, it's like, yes, I think he would understand. Honestly, that's like, it's like some bullshit. They're just at that point they're just fishing for sympathy. Seriously.
It says, yeah. I mean, this is what you signed up for. I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. They tell you could be mustered anytime.
Yeah, of course.
Even that idiot sailor Greg. Yeah. They said just because you're on shore doesn't mean you can't get mustered, and he still signed.
Yeah, there you go. And
says
besides,
here,
yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, most people join the service to escape their families. That's the whole point. You just,
of course.
Granted, you're joining a cult, but you're most of the time it's better than the family because the immediate family is just so much worse because they're immediate,
right, or non-existent. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it says here, the Navy. Sailor, let me see. It keeps shutting down like it doesn't want me to read this, but here it says it says another was thinking about leaving the Navy after he was away from her toddler daughter. So she had the kid and then they just took her away from it. And then two more. That's okay. I could see that being a problem. But then more...
wait a second. Why do women join the military, especially the Navy? In that case, that's not supposed to. That shouldn't even be happening. Okay, that's like.
Well, yeah, something went wrong there.
Yeah.
Unless it's like someone switch. They switch genders in the middle of their term or something. But let's see. Yeah, it says two more said the ship had sewage problems.
Well, yeah, but and no one with children should be in the service. That's like obviously,
right?
Yeah, right. Doesn't make any sense. It's but anyhow, go on. Yeah,
who's taking care of it? You know?
Yeah.
What are they?
Well, unfortunately, we're paying
for
it.
Island,
yeah. What happens is they get sent to Daycare Island. The United States military is the biggest provider of care, quote unquote, for children in the world. Believe it or not. Because all these people are squeezing out squalling brats while they're in service, which is insane and just plain stupid and should not be allowed. And the fact that we tolerate it, we've created a welfare state for these bums is outrageous. So that's...
Well, I think it's getting exposed now. Like the
Thank God.
Like I showed you that one kid that does financial auditing for all these idiots. Mm-hmm. You saw that kid on YouTube.
I might have, but go on.
90% of these people, they're up to their eyeballs in debt, and he always asked them, "What do you do?" And they said, "Oh, we're on, we're on government cheese." And he says, "How the fuck did you get it?" And he said, "Oh, I'm just, I got my what do they call it? Full benefits." Yeah. So like everyone that comes on that has like debt up to their eyeballs, nothing, their lives are all fucked. Yeah. They're all married, they all have kids, and they all get $4,000 to $5,000 from the VA every month.
There you go. Doing nothing. Doing nothing.
absolutely nothing.
We got to cut that. We got to cut
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, those people got to go back to work.
Yeah, no, that's, yeah.
Like, there's no point in supporting these people, especially if it's not like they're like, yeah, they might have health problems, but they're just taking advantage of it. They're not actually valid claims, in my
Any
opinion.
health problems they got are faults of their own. I mean, that's,
Yeah, exactly.
you know, that's the point is, the rest of us are out here dying without medical care, and they get
Right.
totally free medical care. So they shouldn't
Yeah.
have health problems. They get totally free medical care for everything, free surgery, free everything.
Yeah.
That's got to stop. So
there you go. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, no, it's insane. And yeah, all such having been said, no, thank you for bringing that up. That's so important. And it's yeah, it's just catastrophic. Our military is nothing but a welfare state and a jail dodge, and it's gotta be put to total rehabilitation. We need a total revision of the military. Yeah. Go on. What was that?
I just said, well, the more we say that, the more they hate us.
Yeah, of course. They hate our guts anyway. Might as well go all the way. I mean, be open about it. Now, the main way in which the American empire intends to, remember what I said in summation, the whole national security strategy comes down to one bottom line, quote, "Our goal should be to help Europe correct its current trajectory," unquote. Well, the main way in which the American empire intends to do so is to help patriotic European parties. No leader of such a party is more admired by MAGA than Magyarország, or Hungary's penny ante dictator, Viktor Orbán. So, how has he done in promoting freedom of expression and liberal democracy more broadly? Well, according to the respected...
You're joking, right?
Yeah, no, unfortunately, that's the case. I've been bitching about this for years.
But I'm saying no one actually thought he was progressive, right?
Yeah, well, you and I certainly don't see him as such, but the MAGA-tards think that he's doing everything right. And, so, and they say that, he's promoting freedom of expression and liberal democracy because he's,
Of what?
Well, racism, homophobia, single party statism.
They need to just clear out that whole area and reinstate the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Sure,
just make it ran by Germans.
Yeah, so true. So true. So true.
Forget about these guys.
Yeah.
This guy.
I mean, my vision is not necessarily as simplistic as that, but believe me, you're a good starting point. Good starting point.
Yeah, in essence.
Yeah, in essence, yeah. Now, according to the respected VDEM, or Varieties of Democracy database, the answer concerning Viktor Orbán and his progress is, well, very poorly. The country's Magyarország's, Hungary's index of liberal democracy overall fell from 0.77% out of 1. It was already less than 1. If 0.77 in 2009 to 0.32 in 2024. It's like there is no democracy in Hungary. MAGA's beloved Hungary.
They all love him.
Yeah,
they all love him.
Yeah, well, they have no choice. It's either that or you go to an insane asylum, like under Ceausescu.
No, they voted. They voted.
They didn't. There was no one else to vote for. He's the only party you can vote for. There's no one else on the ballot.
90% of people like Putin. He gets 90% of the vote. Man.
Yeah, there's no one else to vote for, dude. It's that's all that's on the ballot.
No, it's democratic. They're democratic. Okay.
Yeah. MAGA's beloved Hungary is a corrupt and authoritarian third world state, but it is nothing like as bad as Russia, whose tyrannical despot Vladimir Putin is among Donald Trump's heroes. That's hardly surprising. A man who tried to overthrow an election cannot be convincingly concerned about democracy. Then,
by the way, people, I just have to say this is so stupid. Like after the latest tariff escapade, he came out and he said, "I'm doing 10%, no 15%."
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And yeah, and the people in the comments, which some of them are obviously bots, but some of them are actually legit, like people.
Yeah.
They were saying, "Oh, my man, he's playing 4D chess. They're always one step behind. They thought they could censor him. They thought they can destroy the tariffs, but he found a loophole. He found a new loophole."
How do they feel that they're benefiting from this?
I have no idea. I have no idea. They
They're-
feel like it's gonna strengthen somehow. They're gonna. I don't know. They're just like a brainwash kind of thing.
Yes, they're out of their fucking minds. It's.
I can see if they're getting paid from it, but they're not. They're just getting scammed.
They're not.
Yeah.
No, it's just like
Most of the cost hit the sectors they work for, like automotive and all this, heavy equipment.
That's
So
right.
it just doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Who was that guy that was on my show that one time? I mean, he used to be on a lot more in the past. John, what was it? John something. He was the guy who was in Norway. Remember the guy who was stuck up there in Scandinavia? Said he was camping out.
Oh
in the
yeah,
snow.
yeah. This guy.
What the hell was his name again?
Got his name.
Yeah. Oh my God. Wish I could remember his name. Poor bastard. Yeah.
Medina or something like that, or
I can't remember. It was, but he
was
used to be an
something like that.
Olympic swimmer. Yeah, military Olympic swimmer. And he fell so far. He was smoking like a fiend. Just
that was
had-
the guy that
Yeah.
was the guy that had the Georgian wife. What the guy?
yeah, the
Not
Georgian
Medina,
wife,
Miranda.
John
Medina?
Miranda. John
Okay.
Miranda.
Yeah,
John Miranda and Alex Griffin don't get paid, but they just put all their lives on the line for Russia. It's crazy. People like that. It's like, stand up for the Russians.
I mean, it would make sense. I would do it if I got paid, but not for free. I ain't doing it for free.
Yeah, but they're doing it for free. They're not getting paid.
And we know why Snowden does it, because he has no choice.
Oh, yeah, Snowden, of course. Yeah, well, I don't even hear from Snowden anymore. Is he still out there? I mean, saying anything? They dredge
He
him up.
comes out every once in a while. and
Yeah,
says some
they'll bring him
stupid shit,
out. Yeah, and they'll.
but he's
Yeah.
not really. He ain't doing well.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, well, nobody in Russia's doing well. That's it's a hellhole. But when it comes to well, all right. So we were talking about Donald and the MAGA-tards and freedom of speech. Let's consider freedom of speech more narrowly. Again, according to
Oh
VDIM.
man, this
Yeah, go on.
the latest woke Disney cartoon under fire for tone deaf and divisive. And this is not a joke. His name is Captain Do-Rag. It's a black superhero.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man,
Who signed
Why
off
did they
on
even
that?
do this? Yeah, who signed off on this? I don't know, some idiot.
Yeah. Captain Durag. Let's look that up. Captain Durag.
Oh man, I can't read the comments on it. This is,
read
this
it.
is bad.
Yeah, read it.
Did he turn invisible when his child was born?
I
What's his
love it.
superpower?
Oh,
Is he
man.
solving crime or creating it? And then
Disney's-
someone says, "Wait till they see the Boondocks."
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's delightful. Look at this. Here I'm gonna do a screen share. Disney's Captain Do-Rag superhero sparks backlash. His creator responds. There we are.
Okay,
yeah.
how does he defend it?
Yeah.
Or they.
USA Today. So let's take a look. And so of course the article is written by a woman who look at this woman's do. Look at that do on this lady. Jesus Christ, she's the one who wrote the article. And
Okay.
yeah, poor dear.
She's probably more sensible than the freaking creator of the show.
Yeah, doubtless. Yeah, Eddie.
Saline. Yeah, she's like North African or some shit.
Yeah. So here we are. Disney Junior animated superhero draws criticism. I guess this is the guy. He's responding to it. Yeah, hey man.
Oh, and he's wearing a bonnet. What the heck?
And hey AJ, yeah. So he says, lazy to be honest. Captain Durag. Maybe these are just people who are commenting
Yeah,
on
I think
it.
these are commenting. Yeah, these are commenting.
As for the creator, let's see if they have a photograph of him. I mean, these are just a lot of people bitching understandably. But let's see if they got photographs. So this is him, TikTok user. He's just talking about it. So,
Right.
what
Yeah,
the
this
fuck?
is what the news has become, where they just clip TikTok. I mean,
Yeah,
stupid,
really?
fucking
I mean, that's
horrible.
bad. That's bad. Anyhow,
Shit, man.
so,
And they're giving no explanation. They're just putting all these TikTokers up.
yeah, that's Jesus Christ, like you said, it's like we've
He's from a place called Slime City. Oh my
Slime
God.
City.
Yeah,
Damn.
go to the bio. Go down to the character bio.
It stopped responding to me. It's like
because of all the stupid fucking TikTok shit. Yeah.
there we are. Yeah, it's not interfacing. Jesus, I might have to end the show. Let me see if I can stop sharing and then see if I can get some other parts to interact. Anyhow, so how do I guess what I'll do is okay, did we get rid of that shit? Let me see now. I think I can interface again. But yeah, it's like you said, there was so much crap on there that it was preventing an interface. So that was scary. Oh geez, what happened to our man Brendan? He dropped off. Do come back, Brendan, if you can. And let me see now, in terms of this, let me put a big haha. Jump back on the call, Brendan, if you can. And let's see now, aside from this, we're going to okay, I guess he sacrificed himself so that we could continue. But he's welcome back. Now, as I said, let's consider this freedom of speech in Europe more narrowly from MAGA standards. But again, according to VDEM, many European countries, including France, the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I'm back on now, but I have to go.
Okay. So are you gonna be awake for a while?
Forget maybe, but
Okay.
we'll see.
I'll call you after the show. If you're not awake, you're not awake. Yeah. But,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you have a good evening.
Okay.
Good luck with the rest of the new year.
Well, stay safe and be well, and most blessed be. Oh, tell people you had to walk home from work, or one time to the warehouse. You had to walk from work to the warehouse. What was it like that night?
When was this? I mean, this was while I've done it many
ago
times,
when you didn't have a car for some reason.
Yeah, I've done it
many
times. Yeah.
Yeah. It's got to be bad. Because you're like, when you're leaving work, it's like 11:30 at night, and you must have gotten home by about, what, midnight?
I mean, it takes hours. Yeah, it's hours of walking, but I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, it was pretty bad because along the way you kept encountering weird shit, cars following you, sketchy people. It's like you're not.
Yeah, but it's like it's like you can't win. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, dealing with a cursed vampire is just stupid. I mean, it's just dumb. Don't do it. I don't recommend it.
Oh. Yes. Oh well. Okay. So like I said, if you're awake, you're awake. If you get the notification that I called and you're still awake, call back. But yeah. Okay. Just try and catch up. That's all. Okay. Blessed be.
And what did you make of what did you make of St. Francis? Or what's left of him?
Well, I mean, I thought that was nice. I thought all these people wanting to review his remains is great. I think that's great. It's it is what it is. I mean, I'm all for the Roman Catholic Church, as Holly would say it, promoting their voodoo. She uses that term, the voodoo, and it is what it is, and yeah, I'm all for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it got a lot of people coming out just to see his bone.
Yeah. It is what it is. I mean, that's but the Catholic Church has always been about that. Kind of had that mystique about, body parts and shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, that comes from the Etruscan religion, but we can go into that later.
Cool. Yeah, I'm always happy to do that.
Because the Etruscans influenced that the Roman Italian kind of culture.
Yeah.
It was very, but there was one other point. Oh yeah, that when I was talking to that Cuban revolutionary guy, he was like, I was telling him about, he was like, he showed me like all the the conspiracy shit that everyone knows about by now. And I said, yeah, it was the Jesuits. They fucked over everybody. And he was like, yeah, fuck Saint Francis. Evil Saint Francis. He was like, for some reason, focusing like on Saint Francis. I guess he founded the Jesuit order or something.
No. He founded the Franciscans.
The Franciscans, exactly. Yeah. And then later they became, these factions.
Well, they were at each other's throats. The Franciscans and the Jesuits were great rivals. But
That's right.
Yeah, but it's it's definitely
well, let's put it this way, he didn't know his history very well. He was still learning at age 80, so
yeah, well, there you go.
Nothing against him. It's just this is.
Yeah. Well, what? And I was gonna say, what turned him on? I mean, like, what woke him up, quote unquote?
I have no fucking idea. I have no fucking. Someone told him about Bill Cooper or something.
Oh, that's funny.
And I think Cubans are naturally, they understand how the world works more, so more or less.
Well, they have to, because they're an emigre community. Yes. So, but go on.
Yeah. So, but then he found out about like William Cooper and then the Tavistock. Someone gave him a book about the Tavistock, and he and then he started talking to me, and he said, "You're the only one I've met that knows about this. Are you some kind of government spy?" And I said, "No." Like, I had to like explain it to him.
Oh, that's funny. Well, what that reminds me of, now that you're here, I do want people to understand, while Brendan is with me, that we know for a fact that the Somali community was doing what we had discussed, because it was multiple first responders, like firemen and policemen, who testified that they never got calls from the Somali community for emergency situations, like heart attacks or deaths or strokes. And so that is actually firm evidence for everything that Brendan Zogit and I had broached about the Somali community.
Well, it was statistically proven, but I think they tried to say it was a hoax later. Or like it was an internet. They said it was an internet hoax.
It's not an internet hoax. I mean, because the Somali community obviously was pulling shit.
I mean, for a community in the hundreds of thousands to have zero statistical deaths, zero statistical rates of heart attacks, like none of that adds up.
No emergency calls. They were never calling for emergency services from the police or fire department or paramedics. First responders were never going into the Somali communities, not because they were avoiding it, they were never called. So I mean, that pretty much puts the nail in the coffin. It really drives the point home. Everything we had broached about the Somali community was not some racist slur. It really was going down. And
why did some people have some issues with it or something?
Not really, but I just want to make that point. Because it's something that it's important that when we broach topics like these, that we cover ourselves and make certain that people know that we stand on solid ground. We're not talking shit. It's like when I brought up that 13-year-old girl raped by Donald Trump. There's multiple FBI interviews. So it's not something that is slander. This is something that there's enough evidence there that this
this stuff has been known about since the 80s. I mean, I don't know how anyone is shocked or why does this even need to get explained?
Well, because it's like radiation.
It seems stupid. I mean,
it just accretes. It accretes like radiation, where at some point you hope that it finally does them in. That's I get what you're saying. It's like, how are people even shocked? How could you
with what everyone has known since the 80s? It's like there should be like pitchforks and freaking torches by now, but no one cares.
Well, no, worse yet, they admire him. Worse yet, the more...
well, those people you can't help. There's nothing you do.
They're part of the problem.
They're totally brainwashed. Crazy.
And but definitely, love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And we'll speak again soon enough. Okay, bye for now. And so if we consider the freedom of speech aspect of what the magatards claim is such more narrowly, again referencing the VDEM, the Varieties of Democracy database, which is well respected, many European countries, including France, the United Kingdom, and the United Germany, protect freedom of speech and what it calls alternative sources of information within the national security strategy text, the document produced by the United States itself. Well, the three polities that I've just named or identified, the Fifth French Republique, the United Kingdom of Greater Britain and Northern Ireland, and Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, they protect freedom of speech and what that very NSS document calls alternative sources of information better than these United States has ever done. And that was back in 2024. Does anybody imagine this will have improved in 2026? Not least given the maladministration's assaults on universities and media. This is not to say that all is well in Europe. There exists a host of potent concerns, including the state of free speech, even in Great Britain, albeit Nigel Farage's comparisons with North Korea are grotesque, yet anxieties about those patriotic parties are also reasonable. Europe, after all, has a history. This tells us with brutal clarity that communist parties, and indeed internationalism more broadly, can all too easily be roads to ruin. The Trois World Wars taught us that. Thus, by failing to throttle the Judeo-Bolsheviks' right to free speech, Germany alone ended up losing 5.5 million soldiers and between 1.1 million and 3 million civilians in the Second World War. Worldwide, the German losses alone were 75 million in the Trois World Wars. Trotsky was also one of those patriots terrified by what the NSS calls civilizational erasure. In May of 2025, Germany's Alternative for Germany, or AfD, Alternative, I would Slavicize it because they're basically East Germans, Alternative for Deutschland was designated Rechtsextremist by the country's Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution. No doubt it is not a Soviets party, but it does have neo-Soviets within it. Should Germans who know their history just smile and say, why not? Freedom of speech is after all sacred. It takes cocksure Americans to spout such idiocy. Alas, similar backgrounds and ideas can be seen in other rising European right-wing parties. Equally foolish is the assault on the European Union itself. Here, too, there be many confusions. Nation-states are not natural political features of Europe. They were created, many of them quite recently, just as the United States itself was created a la Frankenstein's construct, animated as it was by Benjamin Franklin's kite-keyed lightning. What is more, they were also created largely through bloodshed. Thereupon, those imaginary identities only led to more disasters. The European Union was created via my biosire Hitler's blueprint in order to manage and ideally eliminate any chance of a repetition. The idea was that cooperation and open markets would be better than war. This, the NSS tells us, is but fascist folly. Yet therein is but another powerful reason for preserving the European Union. As the Belgian Paul-Henri Spaak, one of the EU's founding fathers, said long ago, there are only two types of country in Europe: small countries and countries which are small but don't yet know that they are. In a world dominated by superpowers and a super-peninsular subcontinent forever threatened by a nuclear-armed Russia, it is a case of unify or become a victim. There is no doubt which Trump wants. But why should the Europeans do so too? This brings us to the fear of imminent civilizational erasure. It is rooted in an identity politics more extreme than that of the left. The identities in question are national, racial, and chauvinist. It is linked to the fear of a great replacement, which everyone in MAGA embraces. To be erased, then, is to become less white, less Christian, and less numerous. Vice President J.D. Vance, though the husband himself of an anti-Christian Asian Indian woman, shares this vision in an anti-intellectualized version. It is also, alas, where the future of the Republican Party lies and dies. If so, what the NSS says is a projection upon Europe of what animates the maladministration itself, a burning hatred of the way the United States has been changing demographically and culturally. Now, I do agree that states must exercise control over their borders. Their values may be universal, but citizenship cannot be open to everybody in the world. Yet liberal democracies can be beacons. What has emerged painfully and often hypocritically over many centuries is indeed a great civilization. It is based on ideals of individual freedom, equal rights of citizens, rule of law, the pursuit of knowledge, and fairly elected governance. None of this is rooted in race or religion, but every citizen of a liberal democracy must accept those values. In brief, this maladministration wishes to erase our republic itself in its 250th year. That is why Europe is its enemy. It is also why Europe must defend itself. The United States President Donald Trump and his acolytes have long promoted the narrative that the European Union is weak and misguided, and there is no let-up at the World Economic Forum's annual gathering in Davos in January or at this month's Munich Security Conference. But the truth is that Europe's social market model and commitment to openness continue to pay dividends. Well, dividends, I mean to say. And far from doubting itself, the European Union should double down on its strengths and, as the Sino-American geopolitical rivalry heats up, tout them as an example for the rest of the world. The European Union must double down on a social and economic model that refutes the official American imperial narrative. Because now the Trump maladministration is planning a new Peace Corps initiative to send American science and math graduates abroad, aiming to deepen other countries' reliance on American technology and curb adoption of market socialist model Chinese alternatives, an official claiming that the program will give the 6-decade-old agency a renewed mission for a techno-driven era. The geopolitical rivalry was on open display this week when American and Chi-Com fighter jets briefly faced off over waters near the Korean Peninsula, a rare confrontation in that area between the two superpowers. The American imperial strikes on Venezuela and seizure of the country's presidente have laid bare Washington's focus on the Western Hemisphere, a shift that will push Latin American nations closer to the communist Chinese empire while simultaneously emboldening Beijing in the Indo-Pacific and reducing the American footprint there. How the American imperial actions against Venezuela will impact Hongzhonghua, or Red China, in the Indo-Pacific is still unclear, albeit some experts concur it could provide a boost for the tyrannical Xi Jinping's designs on my democratic Taiwan. As I myself have noted weeks before the Trump putsch, it's hard to condemn Russian aggression against Ukraine or the demand for my Taiwan's unification with Zhonghua Dalu, or mainland China, while green-lighting American imperial maneuvers against governments it deems illegitimate. It's also tough for American imperial partners to claim to speak for the rules-based order when the United States military is carrying out regime change in its backyard following what many consider a campaign of state-sponsored mass murder on the high seas. In George Orwell's dystopian novel titled 1984, the world is divided into three spheres of influence: Oceania, East Asia, and Eurasia, or Eurasia, all perpetually at war. Sometimes 12 of the states form an alliance against the third. Sometimes they abruptly switch sides. No reasons are ever given. Instead, the party tells the proles, or the proletariat, "We have always been at war with East Asia." Newspapers and history books are quickly rewritten to make that seem true. Orwell's world is dystopian fiction, but some want it to become reality. Since well before President Donald Trump's second midterm, the idea that the world should have three spheres of influence: in Asia dominated by Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, or the People's Republic of China, a Europe dominated by the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire, and a Western Hemisphere dominated by the United States, has been kicking around the internet in a desultory manner, ultimately promoted by Russians who want to control what they call their near abroad, or just as likely simply want their empire with its flaccid economy and faltering army to be mentioned in the same breath as Red China and the United States. How big is the prize of reopening Russia? Vladimir Putin is making the Trump maladministration a $12 trillion offer, but such promises have long been a tactic of the Russian dictator. He is offering access to a market that is not even anywhere near the pink of health. Russia's economy has coped surprisingly well with war and sanctions, but it has entered what mountaineers call the death zone, and we can only wonder at how much longer it can go on metabolizing its own muscle tissue. The Russian economy has been collapsing since 2022, and it's been hanging on with wet dreams and dry duct tape, basically with cheap tricks and clever accounting. They only calculate data that they choose to share. With the Ukrainian attacks on Russian oil combinative, the market prices falling, causing customers into ditching the Russian oil companies, we are now looking at the final few nails that will shut the Russian coffin lid for good. The Russians are running on fumes. In theory, they can continue fighting for a few more years at a great cost, essentially losing lives and equipment that they will never recover, while making next to no gains in territory whatsoever. Not to mention that every Russian who dies or is severely injured cannot contribute to the gross national product anymore, ever again. In fact, they can only drain therefrom if they're alive. Their children may end up working labor jobs in Russia, because everyone either went into the army to die or relocated to another nation. The point being that if they continue fighting, they are not going to make any progress in Ukraine, while all the while regressing within Russia itself. They passed the point of no return long ago and are now accepting reality because all the oil money and all the people are now gone. Then there are the economic implications due to the massive debt they will have to manage, potentially selling land or something to communist China on the Asian mainland or another nation. A 300-year lease on a border city and its oblast. Unless Putin sells land to the Communist Chinese Empire or has secured himself some long-term leases, then it will all run dry in 2026 or early 2027. Recruitment for the military is down due to no longer being able to afford to pay for cannon fodder, and that directly affects Russian military doctrine. They can still threaten factories and the mines to work for free under threat of arrest and being sent to Ukraine. That means they will still produce enough guns and ammo for the Russians to drop in the fields. To compensate, even as far back as in 2019, Fiona Hill, A national security council official in the first Trump maladministration testified to a White House committee that Russians pushing the creation of sphere of influence had been offering to somehow swap Venezuela, their closest ally in Latin America, for the Ukraine. Since then, the notion that international relations should promote great power dominance, not universal values or networks of allies, has spread as a PTD, a pseudo-intellectually transmitted disease. From Moscow to Washington, the maladministration's new national security strategy outlines a plan to dominate the Americas, enigmatically describing American imperial policy in the Western Hemisphere as enlist and expand, while downplaying threats from the Russian and Communist Chinese empires. Trump has also issued threats to Denmark, Panama, and Canada, all allies whose sovereignty we now challenge. With much of the focus on Canada's tariff woes, with the United States flying under the radar, is the fact that Canada's second largest trading partner has changed, with the United Kingdom now surpassing the Communist Chinese Empire as their second largest trading partner. Indeed, while exports to the United States have fallen for Canada, a rise in trade with the Britons, the rest of Europe, and Asia have they've more than made up for the shortfall. In some ways, the military raid that took the Venezuelan dictator Nicolás Maduro into custody does resemble past American misactions, especially the ouster of the Panamanian leader Manuel Noriega in 1989 through 1990. But the abuse of this new language to explain and justify the Venezuelan raid makes this story very different. At his press conference last Saturday, Trump did not use the word democracy. He did not refer to international law. Instead, he presented a garbled version of the 1823 Monroe Doctrine, a policy originally designed to keep foreign imperial powers out of the Americas, calling it something that sounded like the Monroe Document. Reading from pre-prepared remarks, he slurred, "Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again." Toward this end, he said the United States would run Venezuela, although he didn't say who would actually be in charge. Viceroy Marco Rubio, Governor General Pete Hegseth. Asked about Maria Corina Machado, the leader of the Venezuelan opposition, Trump was disdainfully dismissive, declaring, "She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect within the country." Machado, who won the Nobel Peace Prize last year, leads a movement whose presidential candidate, Edmundo González Urrutia, received 2/3 of the vote in the 2024 election. Although the state-controlled media backed Maduro, and although Maduro's police and paramilitaries harassed, arrested, and mass murdered their supporters, Machado and González did not only win, they collected documentation from polling stations proving that they had won. Maduro never produced any such proof. He declared victory anyway. For the moment, Trump isn't interested in identifying the legitimate leader of Venezuela. The maladministration is instead hinting that the United States will work with Maduro's vice presidentress, Delcy Rodriguez, who would presumably keep Maduro's regime intact, not regime change, in other words, just dictator change. But Trump isn't trying very hard to provide legitimacy for his own misactions either. Before kidnapping Maduro, he did not consult with Congress, American imperial allies, or Venezuela's neighbors, many of whom might have wanted to contribute to a solution. Although his maladministration has described this misaction as a criminal arrest and has justified it with an indictment for drug smuggling, this isn't part of any consistent policy. Trump just pardoned the former Presidente of Honduras, who was legitimately indicted on drug charges 6 years ago. None of this is logical, but it isn't meant to be. Like the party in 1984, the would-be dominators of the Western Hemisphere seem to feel no need for logic. If might makest right, if the American empire gets to do what it wants, abusing any tools it wants in its own sphere, then there be no need for transparency, democracy, or legitimacy. The concerns of ordinary people who live in smaller nations don't need to be taken into account because they will not be granted any agency. Their interests are not the concern of the imperial companies that want their mineral resources or the imperial leaders who need the propaganda of conquest to keep power at home. The Russian and Communist Chinese empires' responses to Trump's misactions last month have been surprisingly soft, given their billions of dollars of investments into Venezuela. Perhaps this is because the language Trump is abusing to justify the kidnapping of Maduro echoes some of their own narratives. Vladimir Putin's main argument, after all, is Ukraine belongs to Russia's spear. If he decides to invade my Zhonghua or island China, the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's justification will be, Taiwan is part of the Zhonghua spear. That doesn't mean that Moscow is really in any position to control Europe, or Zhonghua Renmin Donghegua, the People's Republic of China, to control Asia. The European Union's combined gross domestic product is nearly 10 times the size of the Russian Empire's, and there aren't any countries crying out to become collectivized as Chinese communist colonies either. For all of Trump's bluster, neither are Americans exactly in control of our sphere of influence. 2 days after the capture of Maduro, Trump already risked falling victim to his own propaganda, just like Putin. Venezuela, as one former United States ambassador to the country recently wrote, is a failed state riddled with illegal armed groups and foreign terrorist organizations. The regime has not been removed. The military and various paramilitaries are all still in place, and although some might cooperate with the Trump maladministration, others might not. With no United States troops in Venezuela, will Americans run Venezuela just by repetitively issuing loud statements and threats? By ordering periodic military interventions, perhaps? Obviously, the maladministration has made a deal with some members of the regime. That would explain why the American raid met no opposition whatsoever, but there be no guarantee that such a deal will produce the kinds of benefits Trump expects. Oil isn't something that lies around on the ground to be picked up and taken home. It requires long-term investments, relationships, contracts. If the government of Venezuela is likely to fall or change at any moment, none of those will materialize. But Trump's error is even more fundamental. The division of the world into sphere A of influence implies that smaller countries cannot influence events, and it's a grave mistake to imagine Venezuelans won't try. Many of them wanted an American intervention, are overjoyed that Maduro is gone, and no wonder. He and his predecessor, Hugo Chavez, together turned the richest country in South America into the poorest, fortifying their ugly security state with guns and surveillance systems purchased from autocracies around the world. But now that Maduro is gone, the people who fought for years for justice, freedom, and self-determination aren't going to want to live in a Trump-backed dictatorship staffed with Maduro's cronies. One Venezuelan exile, who requested anonymity because of risks to his family, expressed that last month he felt like he was on a roller coaster. First the elation of Maduro's exit, then the shock of Trump's press conference, then the angry realization that maybe nothing has changed and he still can't go home. I don't think Americans will be any happier if another authoritarian is installed in Venezuela either. Most Americans still do want their country to stand up for something other than greed, and most don't want their expensive military to fight on behalf of Trump's oil industry donors. Trump's pursuit of an illusory sphere of influence is unlikely to bring us peace or prosperity, any more than the invasion of Ukraine brought peace and prosperity to the Russians. And this might become clear sooner than anyone expects. Russian-made aero defenses in Venezuela didn't shoot down a single United States aircraft during the Maduro raid. That And hey, all you Russian trolls out there, I have really bad news for you. Russia really is running out of money, even as a very cold winter has been impacting Russia this 2025 through 2026. Father Frost could be the one that ends the Russian invasion of Ukraine on their own home front, no less. By the way, you can see that here in a link I will put into the chat and into the call, and ask yourselves why Russia is still fighting in Ukraine in 2026. So with that, we place that in here, and we will also place that. Well, Heather Holman's here. Heather, honey, hi.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you? How's
Hi, I'm good.
How's the
How are you?
marriage? How's the honeymoon?
Oh, it went okay. We didn't get any good pictures because I had lipstick on my teeth the whole time.
Oh, that's cute. It's adorable. Oh, so honey, I got a notification you tried to call while I was gone. Is everything all
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, everything is fine. I just forgot what the reason was.
Oh, well, no worries. And well, we'll try and catch up soon. But hey, what's on your mind?
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to let you know that all is well, and I'll send you the picture that I had to adjust because I had lipstick on my teeth.
Oh, that's so cute. No worries.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, so is Finn asleep by now?
Yeah, he's sleeping. I'm getting ready to go to sleep.
Well, I'm glad you jumped on with us. And hey, so certainly there must be. Oh, so what was the point you were going to make about Joan of Arc? That a black actress is playing her part?
Oh no, I don't think I remember the point. It was we were just talking about fairies and stuff like that when I'd
Great.
mentioned it. Yeah.
Okay. And so okay, that's wonderful. And what about what else comes to your mind about what's going on right now?
Oh, not much.
Okay. That's fine. That's
Yeah, I
you,
try to digress a little bit, you know. The thing about the aliens is weird. I mean, where do we find that information?
yeah. Oh, these photographs are lovely. This is great. Vin and yourself look so wonderful. You're such a lovely couple. I love you both. And
Thank
share,
you.
yeah, share that love with him. I like his little Marine Corps hat there. He is the American flag in the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
He's so cute. Oh yeah, and he's got that. Did you give him that necklace?
Yeah, the neck beads.
Yeah, you gave him that.
Yeah.
That's cute. That's adorable. Oh my God. So you both are legally married now.
Yeah, and you know what's weird is that we went in by ourselves and we had the people in line be our witnesses.
Yeah.
And they were like these 80-year-old people. It was Jesus and Mary. They were getting married. Jesus and Maria.
Oh wow! Oh, that's delightful.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sweet. That means a lot. That really means a lot.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And oh well, you know, I'm so happy for both of you. I'm so excited. And how is his mother taking it?
Well, she had a day of mourning and now she's back to normal. She's fine.
Okay. Wow. That's adorable. That's cute. Well, I mean, it's not like she didn't expect this. I mean, when you say day of mourning, it was because she felt she lost her son finally.
I'm not sure.
Mhm.
I'm not sure. Maybe she just was having a bad day and it had nothing to do with us, you know.
Okay, maybe. Probably a sense of postpartum there, you know. Her son's
Yeah.
finally grown up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's lost him to another woman. You know, that happens. Yes. Oh my
Well,
God.
yeah, she still has another son. So I was also going to share with you that little gnome that you hated.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wanted to show you what I have. What right now he's wearing little shoes, and they're made out of real mice.
Oh wow. Jesus Christ. Let's take a look.
And I didn't know they were made out of real mice until I just looked at them a little after, like, I got off the phone.
That's well, they're cute. They're cute. That's so I mean, like, did this come with him or you somehow
No,
fit
I
them on
got
him?
them somewhere else. Yeah,
Yeah, that's incredible. That's
they are
incredible.
real mice.
Yeah. Oh wow. You know, that's something else. I mean, wow. So you put them on his hands.
Yeah, well, they're for dolls, so I only have 2 of them.
Yes, that's adorable. Oh, let me heart those. And yeah, well, he's less repulsive now than he was in that photograph. He looked purely ominous in that photograph at first. The in that meme. Let me see.
Yeah, he has some strange look to him.
He can at times. I'm sure they all do. They all have that kind of Chucky look to them if taken at a certain angle. I think I unheart it by accident. Let's see if I reheart it that good. Okay. So, oh, all right. Well, it looks like life is going smoothly enough. And you know, I really appreciate your coming on, and feel free to interject whenever you wish. And
Okay.
yeah, and we
Yeah, I've been
adore you.
listening.
Yeah, good, good. Well, we adore you and Vin and believe me, you're always welcome. I'm
You
just so
too. And I liked what Sammy had to say about all everything he had to say tonight about the nation and things like that.
well. Honestly, when we make comparisons of you to Linda Blair, we're talking about Exorcist II, The Heretic,
Uh-huh.
where Linda Blair is an adult girl who's coming to terms with her own miraculous powers. And
Yeah,
actually, it was a really empowering. Did you ever see Exorcist II, The Heretic?
I didn't.
Oh, you should review it then. Okay, that's
Okay,
some you should review. Yeah.
I definitely will. I
Yeah.
loved the. I actually read the book before I watched the first one, and it was just one of the things that really wrecked me for a long time.
Oh my God. Oh,
Yeah,
wow. That's incredible. I didn't yeah,
yeah.
well, that book was written by a psychological warfare expert. He was a man who actually, had to have known Aquino. But
I was 8 years old when I read it.
wow, I'm
Yeah,
impressed. And
yeah.
wow. Well, I mean, definitely, it's something else. And he also wrote another book that was made into a film, The Ninth Configuration. But I've never, my understanding is that really is not the same
The
quality.
ninth configuration.
Yes, it was also made into a film, which was, it's just hard to follow. It's just
Okay.
yeah, it may have its moments. It's an odd film. It's but yeah, but in terms of the yeah, the author, no, he William Peter Blatty, he was a psychological warfare expert. And so he knew what he was talking about. And like I said,
The
uh
ninth what?
oh, his other book was The Ninth Configuration. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. And
got it.
he may have written some other books. I'd have to look, I'd have to look into it. But at any rate, when it comes to The Exorcist II, The Heretic, that's one of the most reviled films of all time. A lot of people hated it, but I actually like it. I'm one of the few people
Yeah.
who gets it,
Well, I'll
and
check it definitely.
yeah, so that's what Sammy was comparing you to, was the adult Reagan, because Reagan was the name of the girl who was possessed, but as an adult, she's empowered and she fights back against Pazuzu. And so yeah, the film
I'll check it
was,
out.
yeah, it was okay. Yeah. And
Yeah.
all right. Well, love you
Well, thank
too.
you, Douglas. Have a good night.
Thank you, you too, honey. And
Okay.
blessed be. So if anyone's wondering why Russia is still fighting in Ukraine in 2026 after 4 years of monumental failure, it's damage control. The SMO, our special military operation, is a follow-up to Russia's 2021 ultimatum to NATO. President Putin wanted to roll back their terms of surrender in World War III, mutually propagandized as the Cold War. And apart from the destruction of the Ukraine, nothing much has been achieved from his list. Now, by the way, we've taken it to 11, and that's about, well, we've been on for around 5 hours, right? So anybody out there, give me yeah, about 5 hours ago. Anybody want me to continue? I mean, I guess I could go on for another hour. Now, as I said, apart from the destruction of Ukraine, nothing has been achieved from Putin's wish list. The Pravitel, as the Russians call him, the ruler, needs at least one solid deliverable to show for the effort, and international recognition of his new borders in the West seems to be the hard objective. No matter what he says to Trump and company, the fireworks won't really stop until he thinks he gets it done. But Russia is on the verge of being bankrupt. Because of their war against Ukraine, Russia is quickly running out of money. There are now several indicators that things have reached a tipping point. Russia is, well, they've lost the ability to fund military bonuses and pay in several regions, and they have simultaneously begun to sell off gold to curb inflation. The question to ask at this point is, why didn't Russia sell their gold sooner? And how much do they really have left that they can even sell? When we consider everything, we realize that Russia is far closer to ruin than even they themselves may realize. All of this Putin will conquer the Ukraine is backfiring miserably, and you are about to witness major hardships in Russia come 2026. All of you who thought Russia was going to win the war in 2022 have been sadly mistaken. You claimed Russia can beat the NATO neo-Nazi Ukraine axis. But how is that the case when Russia is running low on money to continue fighting? Warfare is not just about who has superior guns or manpower. If morale is low and funds run dry, that means the war is over, regardless of your material superiority. Compound that factor by the predilection of an abnormally cold winter, placing the whole of Russia under threat. Meteorologists report snowfalls, severe temperatures, and storms. The capitals, Moscow and St. Petersburg, have seen temperatures dropping by minus 20 degrees Celsius, or 20 degrees below zero, by early December, and frosts to come as cold as to minus 30 degrees Celsius, as, well, what already took place in January, 30 degrees below zero. Other regions in the Urals and the Volga region, they will be seeing even lower temperatures. They've already been down to minus 40 degrees Celsius at nights, under, well, 40 degrees below zero. The whole winter is supposed to be colder than usual. Traditionally colder areas of the continent, the Far East, Siberia, and the Urals, have experienced sharp temperature drops. Russia was trying to freeze the Ukrainians for 3 winters, 2022 through 2023, 2023 through 2024, 2024 through 2025, by hitting the Ukrainian energy system. They didn't succeed, but Ukraine was saved because it was connected to the European energy system, and also the Ukrainian climate is quite mild. Russia is on her own, and a severe winter coupled with Ukrainian deep strikes is creating serious emergencies in the heavily populated Russian cities. The water in pipes, they freeze without electricity, destroying the pipes themselves. And in winter, fixing this is extremely hard. A strike on the energy system not only causes blackouts, but also cuts off the water supply. Russia uses centralized heating systems. And if the water freezes in pipes, this also means the heating system won't function. According to the Ukraine's intelligence service, Russia's electricity infrastructure is entering a systemic crisis. The current capacity shortage is 25 gigawatts, 9%, and it is growing. The shortage is caused by network overload, worn-out equipment, and sanctions that have restricted access to technology. And for that, you can see evidence thereof with the links I shall provide. And here you go into first our chat, and then I will place them as well into our infinite call. And with that, we have another link. Let me provide that to you here. And again, into the chat of Livestream itself. And as well into our infinite call. Okay. And now, with that, to provide yourself some context, Russia has continued the war as long as the laser pointer pundits and their hoi polloi thought that they would be able to at the beginning of the war. However, cracks are beginning to appear. Russia is now turning to North Korea for ammunition and to Iran for drones. Russia has had to change her tactics in the war due to lack of certain war systems because of the sanctions. If the cap on Russian oil is effective, it will impede Russian ability to fund the war. But it does not appear that Russia has any intention of stopping the war anytime soon. Clearly, the Ukraine has a greater supply chain from the European Union and the rest of the West. Russia is aware of this. Russia believes, perhaps falsely, that it will win based upon the sheer number of troops that it has, and at some point in time will reduce Ukraine to the point it no longer has enough soldiers to be effective. The USSR maintained a military of about 3.5 million men during the Cold War. That military is long gone. Today, Russia maintains a total military of about 900,000, of which 280,000 are in the army. Russia reformed its military after poor operational performance in the 2008 invasion of Georgia, where Russia won, but with many tactical shortcomings that showed a lack of skill and training. The initial invasion of Ukraine involved about 190,000 soldiers. The downsized military increased the proportion of volunteers, called contract soldiers in Russia, to about 2/3, improved training, and streamlined the bloated officer corps. Russia also lacks a strong reserve force. In theory, former soldiers could be recalled to service, and Russia is doing some of that. But these soldiers receive no training nor follow-up after their active service. Russia has tried to create reserve forces like those in NATO, where reservists are organized into units that train regularly, but such efforts have never made any headway. There are plenty of organizations who verify and check casualty figures on both sides. They do this with satellite, video, and photographic evidence. Are the figures lower than Ukraine asserts? Of course they are. Are the figures higher than Russia asserts? Ditto. The actual figures across a consensus of tracker sites of Russian casualties, by all evidence, average as very high. It is likely that Russian fatalities, or casualties that are critically injured to the point of being crippled for life and permanently out of the game, not just on the front but at home, are approaching 1.5 million. If that wasn't the case, then why has Putin had to reinforce his army so many times with criminals, North Koreans, paid conscripts, etc.? And why is it taking him so long? The answer is, of course, the ridiculous rate of attrition of both men and equipment. Does Putin know this? Of course he does. Does he care? Of course not. This is the Russian way, the meat grinder. Throw bodies at the front line, if necessary for years, until you grind your enemy down. Russia has always fought this way. Scorched earth and ultra-massive casualty rates. The horrific rate of attrition doesn't matter as long as in the end, you win. Or at least claim that you did. The only thing that Putin understands is force. All these meetings about peace are a complete waste of time. If Putin's relentless force eventually meets Ukraine's immovable object via a new, properly equipped and supplied Western effort, then and only then will you have his attention. Because every commentator concurs that Putin is not getting good advice about the war or his troop strength, and thus may not fully appreciate the difficulty his forces are in. This is a common problem in authoritarian regimes, where officials do not want to bring bad news to an all-powerful dictator. Regardless, eventually, battlefield realities will assert themselves. For now, Russia is stuck at the front, and the Russian troops cannot advance, blocked by Ukraine's drone wall. So why doesn't Russia simply invade Ukraine on a massive scale, as in World War II, and crush Ukraine in one titanic campaign? I always get the same fucking question. It's like, don't you remember that's what they tried? First, number. Well, there is the simple answer. The vast majority of Russians have absolutely no wish or motivation to die on the Ukrainian front. In World War II, Russia's total mobilization was 34 million warm bodies. In 2021, Russia's military was 900,000. They don't have the massive scale needed. The same goes for supplies and equipment. The thing is, it is not World War II. This conflict is absolutely irrational. The Russian and Ukrainian people were not enemies. People from Russia spent vacations in Ukraine. Ukrainian shows were on Russian television. Artists from Kiev were making concerts in Moscow, etc. I have a photograph of something unthinkable today. Zelensky performing at a New Year's concert in Moscow in 2013. Russian propaganda later tried to sell the idea that, the one about the Nazis in Ukraine. But in reality, nobody fucking cares. It is not an existential threat that will cause masses of people to go to war. And when Putin announced a mobilization several years ago, well, a mass exodus of men happened. I've got photographs of a line on the Russian-Georgian border to leave the country, and millions of people left Russia within days. Many more within weeks, which was sensitive for the country and the economy, to say the least. Nowadays, at the time of hosting this transmission, the only way for a Russian government to hire more personnel is to offer a lot of money. There's banners in many cities. I've got one recruiting banner that is exemplary. Here, 600,000 RUR is about 10 to 20 months of average salary that a person will get immediately after signing a contract. And 227,000 RUR will be paid monthly. And still, because the risk to die is obviously almost certain, this is attractive only for people with a very, or rather, it's not even low income, it's no income, in a desperate financial situation, etc. Apparently, the government can hire someone, but it does not work really well. And when the only motivation is money, I doubt that those people are really motivated soldiers. So the answer is no, the Russian army cannot invade Ukraine on any really massive scale. Most Russians are just not interested in this irrational war. There are other reasons, of course, like the lack of enough weapons for that, but firstly, the government would not easily be able to find personnel. Strategic inversion! In World War II, Russia was fighting an in-depth defensive war that was helped by Generals Mudd and Winter. This made it more economical to supply the troops and to defend. Invasion, on the other hand, is very expensive, especially when it's a long distance to supply Russian troops. Part of the reason Russia held out against the Yuraxis was because Russia was defending in depth. And this is the very same reason why Ukraine has been so fierce on the battlefield. Russians are the invaders this time. And finally, funnel. Between Russia and the Crimea, there are limited supply routes that troops can take. This is why the farcically misnamed Friendship Bridge is the recurring target. The Ukraine's terrain also makes it hard for Russia to mobilize any gigantic wave of mechanization due to its vast size and its narrow roads. Russia's impressive 40-mile convoy was a monumental feat of logistics that quickly turned into Europe's version of the Highway of Death. The Russian military bloggers are already admitting to themselves that the war cannot be won. Quote, only our Eurosurgeons and the Americans can win it for us. Unquote. Russia's war is based on the willingness of the Russian people to fight it. Ukraine fully intends to destroy this will to fight. So, why hasn't Vladimir Putin asked the monolithic communist Chinese superstate to deploy Chi-Com wave troopers into the Ukraine, since they are close allies and the war would be over very quickly? While enthusiastically supporting Russia's attack on Ukraine, the average Zhonghua Daluren, or mainland Chinese citizen, approves of it only because the centralized, single-party state capitalist mainland Chinese government maintains a neutral stance outwards, even to the point where, while accepting Putin's state visit, market socialist model China is still actually the biggest buyer of Ukrainian grain, and in return is exporting cheap drones to the Ukrainians. As Beijing and Moscow tout ties, Red China's firms keep Ukraine's lights on. From my own observations, I can tell that Putin may ask whatever he wants from Zhonghua, or Red China, but no Chinese troops, nor their family members, are willing to join Putin's great special military disaster. The Marxist-Leninist Chinese government knows this and is not rallying its people to support Putin. And when Russia collapses, the Communist Chinese Empire will invade its defenseless territory. For Russia, that question is not if, but when. And here we are with another link to prove my point into the live stream. Let's place that right in here. And I'll place that into the infinite call as well. There we are. Okay. And, well, if Ukraine is destroying so much Russian equipment and causing unimaginable Russian casualties, why isn't Ukraine winning the war so far? Another fucking dumbass question from another, well, almost certainly a troll, but why not? I'll go for it. I'll bite. If you don't understand that Ukraine is winning, I don't think you understand anything about war, and I don't think you ever can. So let's put this another way. The German army made it 10 miles from Moscow and almost took it over the same way Napoleon did. But you see, the thing about defending your country is that until your country is completely defeated all the way through, all you have to do is hold on and make it impossible for the invaders to stay for a prolonged enough period. The Greater Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics invaded Afghanistan. They essentially won every battle. Their tanks rolled with impunity while their helicopters flew overhead. The United States started giving some weapons to the Afghans, and it quickly became far too expensive for the Greater Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics to stay, so they withdrew and lost that war. The United States had a similar experience in Vietnam, where the resources from Maoist China and the Greater Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics kept the North Vietnamese Army and Viet Cong from surrender, and all they had to do was hang on, and eventually we withdrew, even though we had most of the nation under our control. It has been 11 years since Russia conquered the Crimea in 2014, and it has barely cracked the surface of Ukraine. They are expending 10 times as much equipment and manpower. And by expending, well, we all know what that means. That those men and machines are getting killed and destroyed. 2% of all Russian men between 20 and 50 years of age died in Ukraine in only the opening year of invasion, circa 2022. That's the equivalent of 1 million dead American soldiers. That would represent 1/3 of our fucking military wiped out. If any power came along and wiped out 1/3 of our fucking military, I think we would consider that a loss. So, the questions still keep coming. Really? Really? Can Russia mobilize additional 1.5 million troops to invade Ukraine? No! It's not because Russia lacks enough people for the war. Russian soldiers have a special kind of armor, which gives them extra protection in battle. The issue is not that Russia doesn't have enough soldiers. They do have a significant number. Some of them may not be the best fighters, but the main problem is, surprisingly, the shortage of weapons. We usually think Russia has a lot of old weapons from the Soviets era and that they can never run out. They were known for not throwing anything away, and it seemed like they had enough weapons to last forever, even if they didn't produce new ones. But after only a single year of fighting in Ukraine, they were already using tanks like the T-55, and they had already lost many T-62 tanks. They even then began using weapons from World War II. The quality of their ammunition immediately dropped because they ran out of the good stuff and replaced it with old shells that aren't as reliable. This isn't because they used up all of their weapons or lost all their tanks. It's because when you store equipment, it doesn't last forever. It just degrades more slowly. Exemplification. American Army depots are in places like New Mexico and Arizona, which are dry and don't have much frost. This helps preserve the equipment. Warm deserts are good for keeping things in good shape, but rain and frost can make machines break down. Animals might get inside and chew on wires. This is a bigger problem in Russia, where they store their vehicles in wetter, forested regions, and there's also the issue of people stealing things to sell, which is a more significant problem in Russia than it ever was in the United States of America. Russia could put another 1.5 million soldiers into the war, and they could probably give each of them a rifle and some bullets. They might be able to transport them to Ukraine by taking civilian vehicles if they seize enough of them, as there are still plenty in Russia itself. However, if they send all these soldiers into Ukrainian territory, they would only overwhelm the first line of defense with their huge numbers, but wouldn't make any meaningful progress. Ukrainian forces would retreat to their backup positions, and most of the Russian soldiers would most certainly end up dead. The Russian military might be able to hold their ground against Ukrainian counterattacks and make sure the war continues for a long time, but that's about all they can do, no matter what they try. The lunatic escalation in prosecution of conflict that Putin perpetrated against Ukraine in February of 2022 will be remembered in history books as the beginning of the end for Putin, and as an event that will profoundly change Russia's future forever. Russia has lost a great deal of influence in the space of a few months when they first engaged in this insanity. And no one is afraid of it anymore. This is particularly evident in Central Asia, where countries are moving closer to the region's true leader, the People's Republic of China. Putin always wanted a turn towards Asia and the Communist Chinese Empire of the East, and he has obtained total submission to the monolithic Communist Chinese superstate of his overlord and handler, Xi Jinping. The Communist Chinese dictator, Xi Jinping, is waiting patiently, and it's inevitable in the future that when Russia ends up imploding after its defeat in Ukraine, Xi Jinping and the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, will take its advantage by reclaiming Russian territories with the enormous natural resources that Communist China on the Asian mainland needs now more than ever. Today, many people will tell you that People's China will never do this. But once the opportunity presents itself, the CCP will give in to temptation by taking advantage of a unique opportunity. For a time, Xi Jinping's Hongzhonghua, Red China, will emerge as a big winner from this war in the Ukraine, triggered by Putin in a hypnagogic state of mania, until Xi Jinping, as well, or rather as ill, overreaches. Okay, kids, shall I continue? It's only going to be more of the same. Some feedback would be nice. Yeah, I mean, we got good numbers, but yeah, what do you say? Shall I turn in for the night? Get rest up, come back to the same place with a bookmark, so to speak, about how fucked up Russia is fucking itself in, on Wednesday night. Might as well leave some Russian punishment for Wednesday night. How about that? And, all right. So, everybody, return to us on Wednesday night. If you're still awake, dear Aristides, feel free to put in the link. I can't do it myself. And with that, we will ask everyone to support me via paypal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. It's on the screen. Or go to the website, douglasdietrich.com, also on the screen. Don't use the big dummy button. That's a distraction provided by cruel website designers. It is the upper right-hand button in yellow that you press. You can pay without PayPal using a credit card, using the left-hand button, using Venmo, or anything else you've got. I need all the support you can provide. With that, we'll come back to beating on motherless Russia on Wednesday night and be there for it. I mean, can never get enough. Okay. Hugs to the lads, kisses to the ladies, and we'll all be back Wednesday. Join us then. Okay. And with that,